remain the same. So we will be discussing generally general question discussion about these topics like the needs of Ondo State, youth and empowerment, and security. So these are the three topics we want to introduce as a part of the, the interaction section for general discussion. So I will take the indulgence of Mr. Kolajimi Taiwo to take.
And then her body not found for almost 3 days later. But then
Did you say pray, sir?
Evidence emerged. I find a 911.
Sorry, doctor, I did not hear what you just said, sir.
Well, I said you should just introduce yourself, and since I introduce you.
All right. Yeah, thanks everyone, and thank you once again for joining us. It's nice to see everyone coming on board. And my name is Jimmy Bisi Taiwo. I reside in the UK, and well, like you said, I'm a legal practitioner. Today I'm Dr. Bashir's sidekick, and I'm supposed to be the noisemaker for the for the association and the PRO. Well, that was a good interruption. Can you please, if you are not talking at the moment, can you please mute yourself so that we can all enjoy this session? Like I said, I'll be chipping in every now and again, and I'll be supporting Doctor in getting this interactive section, getting it moving, and hopefully we'll have. We hope we have a good discussion. We hope we are able to highlight those things that we want in our states, and we hope we're able to learn, and even the candidates will pick one or two things from us, and we'll be able to pick one or two things from them too, in knowing how to move their states forward. Thanks, Doctor. That's it from my side.
Thank you. I will also use the opportunity to introduce Mr. Detuji Omotola. I know you are on, so you can unmute yourself to just also make some remarks.
This call was made at 9.
Hello. Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, and welcome on board.
Thank you very much. Sorry, there's some background noise. I don't know if the noise is still there, but I am speaking from Johannesburg, South Africa. I am the founder of the 12 Disciples Leaders. I'm also the founder of the Guild of Nigerian Professionals. My claim to fame is I'm a wine consultant, and I'm very pleased to be part of this very important engagement. And yeah, I look forward to engaging in a very robust interactive discussion around the Ogun State gubernatorial election candidates debates. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Omotola. So, like I said earlier during my introduction, I said this current section is interactive section. So, if you have anything to say on the topics I mentioned, the theme is, the needs of people of Ondo State, youth development and empowerment, then security. So if you have any issue to say or anything to say about these things I highlighted, please you are welcome.
Hello.
Yeah, please you have to.
Hello.
Sometimes, unfortunately, not everybody is mute. Hello.
I have to mute you.
Hello, unmute yourself. Mute yourself if you are not talking, and unmute when you are asked to.
Profile match the white profile for Clay Starbuck.
Who is reading?
Starbuck's children were adult males and solid alibis for the time of the murder. That left only one person.
Phoenix 06. Please, can you mute your phone?
Our mind that it was Clay Starbuck.
He's reading. I don't know who that is. Who's telephone or something like called reading. All right. It's quiet now. So please, the floor is open, please.
Hello, sir.
All right, Mr. Ali. Yes, Oluwatola.
Okay. Look, from where I'm sitting, I live in South Africa, and many of you will know about an organization, a political organization called the African National Congress. And some of you will also know about a gentleman by the name of Julius Malema, who used to be the youth leader of the African National Congress, and he's now set up his own political party called the Economic Freedom Fighters. And as we speak, there are about 400 members of the South African Parliament, 400, and the Economic Freedom Fighters has 44 members. Now, those 44 members of the Economic Freedom Fighters are all below the ages of 35. And I can say with conviction that if we look at the National Assembly in Abuja, where we have 469 members, it will be difficult to find 10% of the members who are less than 35. So my suspicion is that for the progress of Ondo State and the bigger country, we need to have more youth, not only in politics, but also in governance across the board, whether it's the judiciary, executive, or legislature, because the youth are very vibrant, they're very talented, and the youth are always, if you look at what's happening in the internet space, in the IT space with people like Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of Facebook, is still very, very young. But the problem in Nigeria is that we have 95-year-olds who are still running for office. And that is a worry for me, because if you have a 30-year-old who is not able to come into office and a 90-year-old is wanting to run, that tells me that we don't believe in the power of our youth. Youth and women are the future of Africa. And so for me, especially when you have a lot of young people who are graduates who are not able to get jobs, why is it that we're not seeing more youth in governance? And if you look at Southwest Nigeria, where Ondo State is a key part of, we have some of the best universities in Nigeria in the southwest part of the country. But what we are seeing every time are youths running away, going to the UK, running to Canada, running all over the show, coming to South Africa. And in many cases, it takes them time to be able to enter the system and get the necessary documentation. So for these candidates, for them to be taken very seriously on a global scale, they need to begin to look at youth empowerment not as an aside. In the same way that they look at tourism as an aside, they have to look at youths as a major plank for success. And that's my initial submission. Without young people, I know there's something called Not Too Young to Run, where they've reduced about 5 years from the ages of those who can run for office in the country. But it's not good enough, because if the age of majority is 21, then if somebody is 21, they should be able to run, well, not for office of president, but for any other office. If once you're 21, you should be able to run for any office, because in Nigeria, people are graduates at about the age of 21, 22. So that's my initial submission. Young people must be ready to be given the opportunity, or rather, older people must give younger people the opportunity. Young people are very dynamic. If you look at sports, if you look at Neymar, if you look at Ronaldo, they're not in their 50s. So if they were in their 50s, they would not be able to score every single week. So why would we accept it in sports, boxing, and tennis, but we don't accept it in any other genre, especially in politics? I thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Matola. Well, I know people will be saying, you know, there is already, although you mentioned that, there is this law, not too young to run, which I think, you know, has given the youth the opportunity, you know, at least legally, to run for any offices or, you know, different offices that they wish to. But do you think that it is the problem of law rather than practice, because it is the finance that is not giving the youth the opportunity, that they have to rely on godfathers? Or what do you think?
Look, I believe when I was 22, I graduated from University of Lagos, and we were more powerful than some of the professors there, not because we had money, but because we were raised on certain values. My grandmother and my father raised me for the most part. We were given a lot of confidence by our grandparents, and my father also instilled in me the virtues of hard work and having confidence. You will see in Nigeria, the young people doing great. I mean, Wizkid is not in his 50s. If they can do it in music, you don't need a godfather in politics. Look, the problem in Nigeria is that people always have an excuse. You know, if you say to somebody, why is there tires on the road, old tires on the road in Lagos? Everywhere you look around, you see an abandoned tire and there's no car around. You know what they tell you? Oga, we cannot remove that tire because a woman who is selling dundu has to use that tire to put a table on top of the tire. So there's always an excuse for saying, oh, this is why young people cannot run. If people are running for student leader and they win elections, the key thing about winning elections anywhere in the world is to build a relationship with the grassroots, the locals, if you like. And you've got to be popular. You cannot win an election if you're not popular. No matter how wealthy you are, you've got to be popular. Of course, you need money to be able to campaign. But the thing about young people is that they've lost faith in the system. They've lost confidence. You know, the leaders are not giving them space. They're not yielding. People are actually preparing their wives to take over or their children to take over. The same people that have ruled us since 1966. If you remember the second coup, go and look at the list of the people who carried out that coup. They're still the same people that are running the country. And that is a tragedy on many levels, because if somebody is born in 1990, they'll be 30 years today, but they're still calling them too young to run. So we must be able to say to young people, irrespective, look, Big Brother Africa is a very good example. The rich kids have been kicked out. The people at the business end of it, they're people that you consider not so comfortable, the Lakons and so on, you know, and the kid wires have been kicked out. That's a very good example that Nigeria, godfathers are not the only standard. But the thing is, you've got to have youths that are very smart. You've got to have youths that are ready to go through the deep end. It's not easy. If you've written an exam, a JAMB exam, a WAEC exam, you passed your university degree, you can run for any office. I mean, the Constitution does not say you can't run, but of course, you have to build your profile in anything, whether you're in medicine, whether you're in law, whether you're in nuclear physics, you've got to build your profile. So if you want to be in politics, like Julius Malema, he started at the age of 13. He didn't start at the age of 25. So as young as 13, kids can start reading the Constitution and mastering all the sections of the Constitution. By the time they're 22, they're ready to go to House of Reps. Yeah, because, you know, you don't have to get there in your 60s.
Thank you.
So that's my submission. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is there any other, opinions? Anybody can.
Sorry, Doctor, I would just like to ship something in. I think one thing that I do agree with yourself and Mr. Omotola for that submission. But the thing is, I believe many of our youths, while they are still students, they are full of confidence. That's why you see in the universities, you have voices and very active, vibrant political movements. But the moment they come out of the universities and they face the reality of life and the economic part diminishes, or within a couple of years, they are not able to attain a certain level of economic power, many of them tend to lose their confidence in running for any of these political posts. So that, having said, in the higher institutions, like he made mention of when he was at Unilag, I think he said. So having seen people who were politically conscious when they were in the uni, while they were still being fed, while they were still being supported by their parents, and then getting out of that system and facing the reality of life and seeing how peculiar the situation in Nigeria generally, or in Ondo State as we speak, is now. I think the priorities then change. People then tend to think, look, I'll rather find a way of surviving than actually taking this most of these rich politicians on. And like you said, money runs to a certain degree, money runs these things. So that's just my my own contribution.
Yeah,
Can I
you.
say something?
Yeah, Mr.
Go ahead,
Oh,
sir.
sorry, I might be mentioning the name I seen on the screen, so please don't be offended. The carpenter, favor.
It's all right.
All right.
Thank you. My name is, let me put it rightly because of what my wonderful barrister said, so that it will also encourage some people out there. I'm an ambassador, Dr. Oluwamuyiwa Favor Ayodele. By the grace of God, I contested for the election of the top order in Nigeria 2019. That is, I'm one of the presidential candidates 2019. By the grace of God, I'm from Ondo. I just want to encourage some people that are on board right now, because the perspective that Mr. My friend Omotola and the one that Barrister just added, we need to take that so serious. Then I'm coming from the encouragement perspective. Yes, the youth. I was with Ogezikwesili was it not 2018 when we were declaring some certain things in Abuja, and I used Ogezikwesili as an example. And I said, how can a 70 or 65 years old woman be going to market for a youth or a child of 25, 30 years? Your father is going to market for you. Your mother of 65 years, 70 years, is in the market for you. And by the time he comes home, you are sitting in the sitting room, crossing your leg. Your so-called parent will go to the kitchen and prepare that food for you, and you will be eating it. And that is a cost to me. So what am I saying in essence is that the parent, our elders, our fathers, our leaders, what kind of encouragement are they giving to the youth? We are talking about youth and youth development, empowerment, and insecurity. Sorry. There are a lot of noise out there, please.
Yeah, please, if you dial in and just mute yourself, please. Mute yourself if you are not, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So what are we talking about? You are not being encouraged. What is the youth empowerment is all about? Please, Madam Demisola, can you mute everybody?
Yeah, please, Demisola, please, you can mute people.
Can you mute everyone? Or you can pass the host to Barrister. Let him mute. Or do the co-host.
Yeah.
We'll do that in a minute, please. Yeah.
Yeah, that is why I pause. That's why I pause, because it's seriously my speech. So can I speak now? Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. So what are we talking about today is that we need to start encouraging our youth. There's what we call psychosocial defect. If you are not mentally balanced, if you are not emotionally balanced, everything is all about money. In fact, I've published a lot of articles, and I'm saying election is not about money. Election is all about people, ideology, And what moves you, that is the passion. People, ideology, or passion. That is what election is all about. And of course, when you are structurally placed in tune with constitution, we engage a INEC official recently. One of my programs, I've conducted series and several of live programs, trying to see why are we not engaging in free and fair election in Nigeria. It is the same youth that they are going to use to destabilize the system. Who are using them? The rulers. Because I don't want to be calling them leaders. It's unfortunate that it's unfortunate that we don't have leaders in Nigeria. I made an article for on October 1st. I think all of you are going to receive that article. It's about leadership, and I call it common sense leadership. That is my vision for Africa. Common sense. So what are we saying is that if you are not encouraged, everybody needs encouragement. So if it is all about money, oh, you can't do it. That's wrong. That's wrong. We can't just look at Mr. Adetuji that says that, okay, he started so thing, he graduated. So I went to Adeyemi College of Education there. And when I came as a presidential aspirant to campaign in Ondo State, I know how many people say that, oh, he is too young, he is this, is that. If you are not tested in the examination hall or in your whatever you are doing, you cannot know the capacity that you carry. So I want to encourage everybody here. If you are youth, by the grace of God, I am the founder of Thought Force Forum in Nigeria. Now, this is the organization that constitutes the presidential aspirant, presidential candidate. By the grace of God, I'm the founder of the Carpenters House, Carpenters Foundation as well. By the grace of God, I'm the founder of AERO, African Intellectual Resource Organization, that go to take over the African terrain, seen into things that need to advance and transform Africa. Just my little self. Now, let me just tell you 1 minute. I started my school when I was in Ondo, St. Joseph College. And I joined the football team when I was GSS1. I repeated the class when I was in SS2. So what happened? I want to become the #1 goalkeeper for my school. Nobody was encouraging me except my coach. I want to be there, and my dream then, I want to be an ambassador for Nigerian football, whatever. So lo and behold, I finished. By the time I went to SS3, I am the first man that my coach, if you know Mr. Ofeg in Ondo State, Mr. Ofeg, St. Joseph College, I don't know who schooled in St. Joseph College here. Mr. Ofeg, took care of us, and in fact, I didn't have boots to play. So what am I saying? I developed myself through football. I played for my state, Ondo State. I played for my, in fact, I joined Samson Sasia crew. That was 2004 and 2005, Nigeria, Ghana. And I went to abroad, I played a professional football. What am I saying? I encouraged myself. And somebody was there, Mr. Ofega encouraged me. I was the first goalkeeper that we ever stood up for and clapped because of the kind of credible performance I did that day. In politics, if you are not getting the encouragement of people you need to get encouragement from, you will be failing. There's no amount of money. So I want to say, let's discuss about the empowerment. Please, any conversation on this, let's discuss on empowerment. So how do we tackle empowerment? What is even empowerment about? Is it about giving stipend or buy machine, buying Okada, buy this, buy that for them to know? Is it about empowerment? That is not empowerment. Empowerment is about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that brilliant submission. Without much ado, if there are other contributors, please indicate.
just for those who are joining us, we're talking about youth empowerment in Ondo State. Sorry, Doctor, I believe while Mr. Carpenter Favor was talking there, some other people were joining. So we're talking, it's an interactive session. We're still talking about youth empowerment in Ondo State. We're talking about security, economic development. So if you have anything that you want to chip in at this moment, please feel free to go ahead. Or if you have anything to say to what he has just said, please feel free to go ahead and give us your contribution. Thank you.
Mr. Jimmy, this is Mr. Motola. I just wanted to say a few words just to add to what Dr. Ayodele just said, the carpenter.
Yes, please.
You know, we have in our own part of Nigeria, we have so much history. If you remember a gentleman by the name of Samuel Ajayi Crowder, the man who converted, I believe, the Bible into Yoruba. And if you look at, he was taken as a slave and he was liberated. And if you remember Samuel Ajayi Crowder, then I want to also mention Albert Macaulay. And if you also remember Albert Macaulay's cousin, I think his first cousin was the first Nigerian lawyer, 1897, Sapara Williams. Do you know what it would have taken Sapara Williams to become the first Nigerian lawyer? Or do you know what it would have taken Rotimi Williams to be called to the English bar in 1944? The problem with the young people today, and I sympathize with Nigeria as a whole, because for the most part, I think in the last 10 years, they said that our children, young people, they don't study history in school anymore. How can you not study the history of your own people and know about the foundation that you are built on? Like I always say to someone, and with all due respect, I have no respect for any politician in Nigeria since 1999 to date. Why is that? Because when I compare them to the politicians of 1935, 1945, Awolowo, Azikiwe, I see that the youth of today, they are not lucky. When you are seeing a Senate president, I remember what President Obasanjo said to us 3 years ago in Johannesburg. He said Nigeria has about 6 presidents. The president of the country, the vice president, the speaker, the Senate president, the deputy Senate president, and the deputy speaker. And they all move in a convoy of about 50 cars. 6 presidents in one country that is largely poor, because Nigeria is not poor in terms of resources, but we're poor in terms of our people, where so many people are not able to eat a decent, balanced diet. So the young people today, they need to arm themselves with only one thing, and that is education, education, education. Once you're educated, my late father used to tell me, Professor Jalili Adebisi Omotola of blessed memory, he said, Tunji, any fool can make money, but thinkers rule the world. And if you look at Donald Trump today and compare Donald Trump with Barack Obama, Donald Trump is a billionaire. Barack Obama is not even worth $30 million in totally. But look at the profile and legacy of Barack Obama. So I believe the young people, they should forget about money. They should read everything, engineering, physics, maths, Yoruba, science, anything. They will defeat any politician who has money. So young people, study, study, study. But if you don't have knowledge, you cannot compete, especially now that we're going and talking about artificial intelligence. Everything is moving online. People don't even have to see anybody again. You don't need to see anyone to be able to get things done. Because of COVID, if you say you insist that you want to see someone, you might end up losing your life because the person might give you COVID. So the young people are so lucky today that technology is at a stage. We never had access to phones when we were young. We had no phone. And when they send you to Lawansi from Ikate, you have to walk for hours. And when you get there, the person is not there, and they send you back there to go and look for that person. So young people today have no excuse, and that is my position.
Mr. Moda, can you please hold on, please? Sorry, for those who are joining us, who are just joining us, can you please mute yourself If you are not talking, please. If you are not presenting, please mute yourself. Thank you, Doctor. Let me just.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. We are just also a reminder to those people who are just joining us. We are in the first section of this program today, which is a interactive section. After which we will start the event proper, which is the debate with the candidates, the gubernatorial candidates from our state. So please, those people you are hearing are just ordinary participants who are hearing their views about youth empowerment and security and the needs of people of Ondo State. So these are not gubernatorial candidates, but the ordinary people. So just for you not to get confused as to whose voices you are hearing. So you are also welcome once again. So like I said, the topics we are talking about is threefold: the needs of peoples of Ondo State, security, and youth empowerment. So if you have anything to say there, please indicate. We will allow you to say something. Like I said, we are not talking on political grounds here at this moment now, but on personal views and stakeholders of Ondo State. So you are allowed to please indicate if you want to say anything on these three issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Just still on the same topic, Mr. Omotola mentioned something, and that is education. I believe with education, we can equip our youths better. I believe the kind of education that we enjoyed when we were a bit younger than this, the same cannot be said of the children who are passing through the system that is presently in existence in our base or in our home. Lucky to, I was earlier this year I was in Akure, and I was talking to a group of very young boys, and I noticed they did not actually know much about Awolowo. So if children who are in secondary school now don't know things about Awolowo, I mean, it's as if, apart from the public schools, even the private schools, they learn more about things that are happening in the Western world than their own history. If they've learned about all these leaders that we've mentioned, about Macaulay, Awolowo, people like Ajashi, those who have led and those who have empowered the generation behind them to lead us well too, they will be in better position to know that, look, at the age of 20, 30, there are people who have ruled Nigeria at that age before, and that they can aspire to, be in that position, come into the state, rule the state, do one or two things to bring the state forward. So that's my own contribution, but I hope. I think Mr. Carpenter wants to say something too. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for that submission. There is a song from a wonderful woman, a living legendary icon, Salawa Abeni. If it no be so. What am I saying? This is jet age. This is digital age. How far is how are we piloting our youth to develop themselves in technology? There is a discussion here, economic development in those states. Now, in the world, oh my God, I don't know what I don't know
can you mute everyone?
Okay, so those who are speaking should mute themselves. So who are speaking should unmute themselves.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the economic state of Ondo is so we are talking about education that my friend talked about. That's a very powerful point. Now, in the area of technology, if we want to move the economic of our state forward, let us, advise. Let our youth get themselves technologically, balanced. Because Ondo is a democratic, Ondo is a political base of Nigeria. If you want to study politics, go to Ondo. If you want to excel in politics, go to Ondo. If you want to, we are the most, shall I say, permit me to say we are the most educated part of Nigeria. I'm very proud of being an Ondo indigene. So what I'm saying is that if our youth are still there and we are being robbed of a lot of things and we are not engaging in the things that we need to engage in, we have a lot of young, sharp individuals that are over there in the world, that they are practicing things, that they are inventing, they are innovative, they are very creative. What our youth are doing these days is something else. It's either they are Yahoo, it's either they are something else I don't want to be mentioning. And like I said, it's not about me exonerating myself. I have tried in my process of time, developing myself in the areas I believe, like Adetuji said. You have to build your profile. And I'm not just building profile because of politics. I'm building profile because I want to, I want to make sure that an impact is released from me to others. So economic system of Ondo, the empowerment, like I talked about, we need to just 1 minute discuss about it. Please, what is empowerment? What do you understand by empowerment? Is it by giving 30,000 naira? Is it by buying all this kind of little instrument and you give it to the youth that, okay, let them go ahead and do it? What about the training aspect? What about the vocational training aspect of it, which at least to some extent is perpendicular to education? So if you are not equipped, there is no how you can go there and do what is needful. If you are not, I don't know, I am praying that God will help Ondo State, especially our leaders and the people, the present administration and the one whosoever that want to take over next time. Please, we need, education that is balanced for our youth. And without these youth are the pillar of nation. There is an article I call The Blessing of the Father. It's an article that we need to share and read. So if we are not in any way equipped intellectually, we can't go there and function. The empowerment program they are giving to us in Ondo State is not good enough. That is why the economic part of Ondo State is in trouble. So if they are come around and we are asking them in the fear of God, there is what I call character-centered leadership. There's what I call character-centered leadership. Oh my God.
Baby Sola, we are not hearing you. Will you mute yourself?
Good evening.
Can the person on 080-371 unmute yourself, please? Mute yourself, I mean.
Thank you. So, people are taking my time by interrupting with I'm so sorry. What
Mr. Carpenter, can you please round up so that we can also...
Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay. People doesn't, I don't know why the interruption is...
Sorry, 080. Can you please mute yourself? Mr. Carpenter, please go ahead.
Please,
okay.
Let somebody else take over. I don't know.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. You are welcome. Please, can you mute yourself? We can see you. Please,
okay, wonderful.
Mute yourself. Okay,
thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Mr. Carpenter, please, round up.
Okay, thank you, sir, for you insist. But what I'm trying to say that the empowerment of youth is quite necessary, and the way the government of the day, from the federal level to the state level or whatever, the way they are doing their empowerment program, to me, is not proper. We need to get our youth secured. We need to let them understand that this is what empowerment means. So, because the perspective of empowerment in Nigeria is quite poor. So it is high time, and thank God for this platform. And different leaders are here, and they are also hearing me that let's find a way of getting our youth appropriate value. We need to build value on them because they are our tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Well, we are still discussing on those states. For the benefit of those people who are just joining us, this is interactive section, which will be on till 7 o'clock when the gubernatorial candidate will join us for the debate proper. So bear with us. It's a discussion forum. We are not talking about on political platform here. We're talking about our state, the Sunshine State, Ondo State, and what the people needs are, the youth empowerment and security. So if you have anything to say about those things, you can indicate. We will allow you to say something for just maximum of 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening.
Okay. Good evening. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah. My name is Benga Jibade.
Do go ahead, please.
The food discussions being presented here, and I'm so concerned about the education of our state. The truth of the matter is,
Mr. Ajibade, sir, you are breaking off.
Network.
That we have. If you have a leader who is concerned about education, a leader who understands.
Sorry, Mr. Ajibade, can you please repeat yourself? You are breaking off. With due respect, we're missing some of the points that you are making.
Okay. I said leadership, education. We'll be talking about education.
Yes, sir.
You don't have. And if we must do well in the educational sector, we need a leader who understands what it means to function in this era. Somebody talked about the technological era. A leader who knows nothing about the present era that we are in cannot take education to that level. You see, so we need someone who understands the dimension we have found ourselves in. We need somebody who understands what is happening now, to be able to take us from where we used to be to where we should be. Thank God for the old leaders that we once had, the Awolowos and the rest of them. But you see, we can't keep talking about Awolowo in this present time. They've done their best, and their time has passed. It's time for us to look at those who can take us from where they stopped to where we should be. Because if we keep looking at the past, we won't go forward. So I believe that the kind of leader that we need now, or the kind of governor that we need now, is someone who is IT compliant, who understands what it means to function in this present age. Who understands that things cannot just, who understands the new normal. That's what I want to say. A governor who understands the new normal in respect to education, so that we can become, Ondo State, we are the best, sincerely, when it comes to education. We have it all. But then we can't keep looking at the past to see how to affect the future. So if we're going to excel in the area of education, then we need someone who can go beyond the present, so that he can lead us to the future. Let me just take something from, apologies to those who are non-Christians. Moses can always take us to the edge of the promised land, but we need a Joshua who can take us to our Canaan land. That's what I'm trying to say. So we should not keep looking back at what Moses did. Moses did this in the days of Moses, in the time of Moses. Thank God for the times of Moses. But we are now in a new dispensation. And I think we need to start looking beyond their warlords. We need to start looking beyond their sick ways. We need to start looking beyond their justice and start looking at the present time that we are in now. Who is qualified to take us to the present realities? So let's forget about the past. Thank God for what they have done. We appreciate it. We thank God for them, but we should keep looking at the new normal. What can we do now? Because sincerely speaking, I'm a young person and I stay in Akure. So I am on ground. I know what's going on there, So, but we need to be focused. We need to be progressive in our thoughts. We need to be, we need to just look at life from this perspective, the new normal.
All right.
So that's my contribution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And just to support the point you've just made, sir, I think even if the person at the end of affair does not have that understanding of IT, if they have, that's why they cannot know everything. That's why they have advisors too in place. So if they have, or if they are able to get people who understand what you call the new normal, and they are able to listen to them and take their advice on board and execute them, that would be nice. So just before we round up on this section, I know we've got Mr. Kenneth Bandy on board. That is the NIDO chairman in Europe, NIDO Europe chairman. Mr. Bandy, sir, if you are still available, can you please unmute yourself and chip in one or two things, because I know you have one or two advice for us based on what is happening in Ondo State. And we always love listening to getting things from your knowledge. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've actually listened to very, very interesting discussion. And sometimes it's always very good to listen and learn. Every speaker has spoken, the past roughly 45 minutes have spoken very well. And these are actually the issues we should confront with. But I like the last speaker most. Why do I say that? He mentioned that it's good to know your history, because with the history you can define the future. But the future is now. And the question is, what can we do about it? My sincere view and opinion, intelligence is good. Hard work is good. But it is the politics that sets the rules. And now we all agree that it is the leader we need that could make the transformation we need. And so it means that it's the polity and policy that sets the rules. And so we should endeavor to make sure that the youths are actively involved in the political decision in our various states, both in Ondo and in Nigeria. And that's why it's good that not too young to run. It's a good initiative. If you look at Obama, which one of the speakers mentioned, how old was Obama when he was ruling the US? If you look at France, how old is the president of France? And you can go on and on. So there's no two ways that the future belongs to the youth. My major concern, which I think that the diaspora, because we will all be, going into what we call paralysis of analysis. If we begin to say this is what is wrong and this is what is wrong, the question is, what can we do? And if the Ondo State indigents can put their house together, like I hope most diaspora will do, and identify youths who are talented, who can transform Ondo State, and said, we are supporting you mentally, physically, financially, to make sure that the change we need in Nigeria and Ondo State is achieved. So I think my chip in, because I know that we are running a part of the time is fast spent. My chip in is that what we have discussed here today is good, but what are the practical aspects to make those transformations happen? And I think that the diaspora, especially the Ondo State diaspora, will not only put their intellectual warehouse at disposal to potential youths, but also that they should also put their financial ability at disposal to help achieve that transformation. I will stop at that for now, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Doctor, you need to unmute yourself, please, Dr. Bashipala. You are talking, we can't hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just, thank Honorable Bandi for, the chairman of NIDO Europe who had just spoken. We in, NIDO Europe and then diaspora in those states, diaspora, we also know the importance diasporans should be playing when it comes to, the situation at home, the development at home. Even though we are physically out of the country, out of the state, but emotionally, and financially and everything, we are attached to our state, and even if we are not there, we are also there emotionally. So we know what the people need. Some of us are also involved in development program and projects in that state. We are helping our alma maters and building, reconstructing and renovating our former schools and all those things. And all is being done just for the purpose of encouraging the youth to go for education. Because what is happening now is that the youth are not seeing education the way it was being seen in those days. It was easy for the likes of Awolowo and people be mentioning. They encourage people to go to school because they said after school your life will be better. But now we've discovered that a lot of things has happened that even when you finish school, a lot of people are still roaming the street, no job, nothing. So, and that's one of the reasons why people are not, going for education, especially in those states as much as they used to be. People don't, go for education, and at the end of the day, you don't have anything, to do after the end of that, long years of education. So I think, the acquisition, because Mr. Carpenter mentioned earlier on that skill acquisition and and empowerment should be the one that people should be seen as a way out. Not only going to schools, but also equipping people with what they will do after school. You don't need to be looking for work, but they must be equipped. So that they say, don't give me fish, but teach me how to fish. I think that is what should be the key word for government, subsequent government, current or future government should see that people should be trained. That is how Singapore, became the first world. Now from third world to first world, because they were able to equip their youth with skills that are necessary for development of the economy, and that's what I think our state should be looking at. When going for not only going for education just for the purpose of being literate, but also to be equipped, to be trained on what to do on life, necessities, professions, that will be necessary for developing our state. So I thank everybody for what you have contributed, to this discussion today. I think maybe in future we can also not only call it, debate for the gubernatorial candidate, but also for debates of indigenous of Ondo State and stakeholders. Probably we will be able to come out with certain policies and programs that will help the Ondo State government. Kenneth Bandi, our chairman, just said that we in the diaspora should also get involved. We should get involved and not only
let's say something.
But also getting involved directly. Thank you. We are rounding up now, so let me give the last chance to Ms. Williams. Please, just 2 minutes. 2 minutes, sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Do I have the floor to speak for 1 minute?
Yeah, just
okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Umumi Azan. I'm very happy to join this discussion for the first time. I just saw it briefly, and I'm here. I'm an indigenous of Akure in Ondo State. I'm very proud of what you guys are doing. But listening to all the speakers, I quickly want to chip in before we join the debate that quite a lot of us that are IT specialists, by the grace of God in Nigeria, interestingly, are from Ondo State. I am one humble person that I'm an IT professional to the core, and quite a lot of initiatives that can benefit our state. And I'm aware recently that May 1, Auntie Funke Okweke is also from Ondo State. I'm saying this because it's not for us to not talk just to talk. We need to begin to enlist those we think can be contributory to the discussion we are talking about. And it doesn't matter, I think talking about who is an IT leader or not is not the issue, like the last speaker said. It is for us to see how we can come together and harness our potentials, our capabilities, and begin to look at them. The ITAN or ESPON president, I don't know if, I don't have so much time, but maybe after this conversation, we can take it from me. The ESPON president, national president presently is also from Ondo State. So many people are from Ondo State who are doing great things in IT. May 1 is the person that does the infrastructure across the network of the land. She is from Ondo State. Auntie Funke Okweke. Omonwumi Azan, I'm speaking with you. I am from Ondo State. Quite a lot of our guys are doing many wonderful things. We can build a coalition to do things, and we can identify other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, ma, let me quickly jump in. Ma, please, let's connect. Just send your number to Dr. or Mrs. Gbemi. Let's connect and let's form that wonderful thing so that we can implement what you just spoken about.
Thank you. Thank you. This is what we need. This is the reason why we are networking. You know, people should know each other. You know, there might be opportunities, business opportunities and professional opportunities that will come out of you know, this type of interaction. So once again, I thank everyone. We are going now to the main event. I want to create the judgments of our. Okay, she just stepped out. Maybe so. Okay, our coordinator. I want you to round up this section so that we can go to the next section. Maybe so, please.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We had a beautiful session. I no doubt agree with everybody who has spoken today. I'm so impressed. And I want to say thank you to the 53 people that we have in-house for this interactive session. My name is Gbemi Tola Bisi Taiwo. I'm the chairman of Ondo State Diaspora Organization in Europe. As we will proceed right now, I'll just have to direct us back to the man who called actually my time to talk. I will direct us back to the coordinator of the debate, Dr. Bashekola. Dr. Bashekola, right now, I think the next thing to do is to introduce your team. Is to call upon that's Barrister Kayode Olugbemi. Mr. Kayode Olugbemi should come on board for the national anthem because it's 7:06 at the time right now, and we're about to start the debate session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, a chairperson, our diaspora, Ondo State Diaspora Organization in Europe. Well, like you said, you know, we are going to the second session now. So please, you know, bear with us. We want to have the national anthem. So mute yourself, please.
Rise on our feet. Can we rise on our feet for the national anthem, please?
Unity.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. You know, the national anthem, which indicates the official opening of this section, the section where we are, expecting the candidates for the gubernatorial election coming up on October 10th, 2020 in Ondo State. While we are doing that, while we're waiting for them, we will be, we will surely introduce them, after my introduction of the team of the Ondo State Diaspora Organization, the members of my debate committee. We have myself, I'm Dr. Bashir Obatikola. I'm a citizen of Ondo State. I'm based in Russia, Moscow. And I'm a member of the Ondo State Diaspora Organization. I also, a member of the Nigerian Diaspora Organization Europe. I was a former vice chairman of the organization. And with me here in the committee, we have Mr. Folajimi Taiwo, who have been, deputizing for me, during the debate of section, and he is also the PRO of the organization of Ondo State Diaspora Organization in Europe. We have the secretary, Dr. Dayo Akenroye. Akenroye is the secretary of the organization. We have the treasurer, Mrs. Bolanle Akeredolu. We have financial secretary, Mr. Bayo Olofin. Legal advisor, Mr. Kayode Olugbemi, Esquire. And we have, of course, our infatigable chairperson, the chairperson of the organization, Mrs. Bemisola Bisi Taiwo, Esquire. She's a lawyer, academia, an entrepreneur, and she's also the CEO of Tel Africa. She's based in Dublin, Ireland. So you are all welcome once again to this section. So I will give the floor to the chairman of our organization, Mrs. Bemisola Bisi Taiwo, please, to give all the guidelines for this section. Thank you.
Good evening to the very good people of Ondo State, our sunshine state. I know that our state radiates beauty, intelligence, coupled with diligent and very honest set of people. Those are the people that we have right here on set with us. Though we have wonderful attributes, and those people from Ondo State have beautiful attributes. We used to be known from time past as educationists, as people who are honest, and whatever you can just think of, beautiful people. And these things haven't really changed, but the choices we made at some point have changed things. The choices, what I mean by the choices that we have made are the people we have voted in. That is why everybody keep complaining, oh, there is something wrong with the education. We used to be best at education from time past. We used to be best at a lot of things. We are honest people. We don't do that, ooh, and all of this. But these are rising because we have been making the wrong choices. So now is another time for us to make a choice. And we at Ondo State Diaspora Organization in Europe, we have put all this together in order to help us, to assist us, masses from Ondo State, indigenous of Ondo State, to make that right choice now, so that we can be that sunshine state that we have always been known for. Knowing fully well that true governance belongs to the people, the masses, and that is why we are all here. The true governance belongs to all the participants that we have here, and those watching from Ondo State on Facebook, on Zoom, wherever you're hooking up with us. We are the true masses, and we are supposed to be the one that decides what happens of our people. Hence, it is time for us to make the very choice that we not just make a change, but an impactful, innovative, and productive choice as we go to the poll on October 10, 2020. Like the debate coordinator has introduce me, I am Gbemisola Bisi Taiwo. I'm from Okeigbo in Ile-Oluji, Okeigbo local government, South Senatorial District of Ondo State. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all to today's iconic event, Ondo 2020 debate. Where do we stand? That is the question for all of us. Where do we stand? I'm most delighted to welcome our royal fathers of the day to this laudable Zoom meeting. I've been able to see our Regent Adekemi Omoribola, Regent of Asin Oka Koko. I see she's online. Regent Adekemi Omoribola, thank you for honoring our invite. She's one of the royal fathers who are meant to be here today. If any royal father, please send a chat message by yourself that you're here. I know that President Adekemi Omoribola is here. We're expecting the Oluoke of Okeigbo. If he's here or anyone representing him is here, please kindly send a chat so that we can know when you're here. We're expecting Deji of Akure. We are expecting the Oshemawe of Ondo. We're expecting the King of Ilara Mokin, Alara of Ilara Mokin. Please, if any one of these people are here, kindly signify either by raising up your hand or sending a chat message so that we can recognize you. No, we should give honor to whom honor is due. Now we are getting close to the business of today, which is the debate proper. I am going to present to you the adoptive candidates in the order of their arrival to this event. In the order of their arrival. If there is any other candidate who has arrived and has not notified us, kindly notify the host. Jimmy, visit right now, because I can't see those who are coming in right now. If any of the contestants at the moment, right? Okay, 10 contestants are meant to be here who have acknowledged our
Gbemi, please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry. Where?
Gbemi, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, so I said, at what point did you lose me? Sorry.
After the introduction of the princess, you were going to introduce the contestants in the order of their arrival.
Okay, okay. So I said we're going to introduce the contestants in the order of their arrival. I know we have the ADP governorship candidate right here with us. Please, can you just say hello to the microphone if you're there? Unmute yourself. ADP governorship candidate. Can you please unmute yourself right now? We also have in the house already the ADC, that's African Democratic Congress candidates in person of Prince Adelego. Can you kindly unmute yourself too? I see you unmute yourself. We also have in the house this wonderful contestant. He's a young star, very youthful, and he's been all over the place. I've seen him. He's Dotun Ojon from YPP. Can you please say hello to the people?
Good evening, hello to everyone. It's good to be here.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Dotun Ojon. Do we have 1 second, please? Let me just get a list of the 10 people that we're expecting. Do we have Eyitayo Baba Eyitayo back in the online now? San, the San, Eyitayo Jegede, Mr. Eyitayo Jegede.
We have Prince Olate Rolagbegi online. He's been online for some time. Is the
Good evening. This is Prince Olagbegi. Nice to be with you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
I know Prince Olagbegi should be from the SDP, if I'm right.
No, Action Democratic Party.
No. Action Democratic Party, ADP.
Okay, ADP, Action Democratic Party. Do we have I was expecting. Can you please mute yourself? Okay. Do we have Mr. Eyitayo Jegede back online? Okay, I understand we have PRP candidates right here. PRP candidate, please, can you say aye to us? PRP candidate.
That's in person of. Sorry, that's in person of Mr. Babatunde Francis Ali.
Good evening, everyone. Ẹ kúrọ̀lẹ́ o, mo kí gbogbo wa o.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ o.
Ẹ káàbọ̀, sir.
That's the PRP, yeah?
Yes, please.
Yes, that's PRP. Please, if we have any other contestant hanging there, please, can you just say hello to us? Can we see you? Before I start reading out the list, because we have a list of 10 people who have acknowledged and accepted that they are here.
Or if you don't mind, you can just send me a chat like some other people did, and I will inform the host that you are already online. Thank you.
Okay, so I will just read out the names of the candidates. For the Accord Party, we have Rotimi Adeleye Akindejoye, Accord Party. Do we have him right here now? Mr. Rotimi Adeleye Akindejoye. We have Joshua Oluwafemi Adewale for Action Alliance. Action Alliance, if you're here. Okay, so let's move on. The next party is African Action Congress. That is in person of Adeleye Adekunle Peters. ADC is already here, Prince Adelegon Adedapo Oluwaseyi. Okay, ADP. ADP is Mr. Martin, Prince Martin Kunle Olatero Olagbegi is right seated. We also have Abga Olowo Loba, Mr. Olowo Loba Dele for Abga. Okay. For Allied People's Movement, we have Mr. Aminu Akim Olanrewaju. Okay. We move on to APP, Adesoya Olaoluwa. Labour Party, Okunade Taiwo. Ojajuni, Joseph Olapo, New Nigeria People's Party. National Rescue Movement, we have Fumilayo Jenyo at Town Noko. SDP, we have Fashua Peter Oyeleye. And we have wonderful young star, Mr. Ojon Dotun from YPP. From Zenith Labour Party, we got an acknowledgement from Mr. Agbola Alfred, but we haven't heard or seen anything from them today. I missed a call from Mr. Eyitayo Jegede not quite long, so I'm expecting him to be back here with us. So, and from the current governor of Ondo State, we also received an acknowledgement from Governor His Excellency Akere Dolu Rotimi, but is yet to be here right now. So while we have I think we have 5 contestants right now. in their order that they have arrived, that I have announced their name. That's how the questions are going to be asked. But before I do this, we have workings for this debate. We have workings, how it works, and the rules of the debate. We have what is called generic questions, which applies to all candidates and should be answered in 2 minutes. The first, we have, then number 2, we have rival questions. These are questions directed to the opposition, that is a candidate versus another candidate, and should be answered within 2 minutes. Rebuttals are permissible, like someone could say, oh, you said this about me and I don't want it, and they can rebut that. We have personal questions. Personal questions can only be asked by main anchor. These are personal questions which may be controversial. Hence, we need an unbiased umpire to ask such questions so that it doesn't degenerate to unwarranted arguments. So we have some of such questions in Andy already. And if you have any question that you find it personal, please kindly send it through chat to us, or you can send it, if you're watching from Facebook, you can make a comment on the Facebook page and one of our members will get the question across. Then we have the open session. The open section means that everybody in the audience is allowed to ask questions, but in a particular order. The panelist takes precedence. That means the members of the debate committee, they take precedence in answering questions. Then followed by Nigerians in Diaspora organization. Any member, any Nigerian who is in the diaspora follows them because that's our parent body. And after that, our Zoom participants can also ask questions, followed by our Facebook commentators. That's the order in which the open questions will go. During the open question session, anyone who wants to speak in the order of arrangement, we kindly signify by raising their hands up. By using you click on the more button and you raise your hands up. So once we see your hands up, we will allow you, you unmute yourself, allow you to talk, then you unmute yourself. Then there is a session called final words. This gives in 2 minutes. Then we have the closing remarks session, which is opinions and nuggets from our royal fathers, from people who are non-partisans and leaders. Please note that before we start the debate proper, that in all of this that the Ondo State Diaspora Organization is organizing, as an entity, we remain neutral and non-partisan. However, we shall at all times express our opinion with respect to it without fear or favor. Thank you. So before we move to the questioning sessions, can we, if there is any VIP, any candidate who is now in the house, please, if there is anyone, you let me know, and I have not mentioned your name. If there is anyone in the house whose name has not been mentioned.
Hello.
Okay. Are you a candidate, sir?
I'm one of the participants in the Zoom meeting for the gubernatorial aspirant of the Ondo 2020. Please register my presence.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I will. So now go to the we go to our candidates. I think we have Mr. Adelegon first on the list. We have followed by Prince Adelegon on first on the list, I suppose, followed by Prince Olateru Olagbegi, followed by Mr. Dotun Ojon, followed by the PRP, Mr. Ali. Please, can the host give me the names in their order of arrival, please?
Yes.
While I invite Dr. Prince Dapo Adele to come forward with his open statement. You have 2 minutes to do that, sir. We want to know who you are in your open statement. And in 2 minutes, tell us who you are and what you want to do for Ondo State. Sir, we can't hear you.
Sir, I think there's something wrong with the microphone from your hand, sir, because you are muted and we can still not hear you.
Okay, while he tries to sort that, can I have Prince Olagbegi, please?
Good evening, all. This is Prince Olateru Olagbegi. Let me quickly let you know that I'm still on the road. I pulled over to the side, so after my intro, I'll have to get back on the road because I was beginning to lose you. My name is Olateru Olagbegi, as I alluded. I'm a trained architect. I studied abroad. I left here when I was almost 20. For the next almost 40 years, I was away. While I was abroad, I had several offices in about 7 states. And I was chairman of Ondo State Association, president of Ondo State Association, president of Nigerian Professionals in Atlanta, and also one of the founders. I was chairman, board of directors with a financial institution. I worked with City of Atlanta to the point of Olympics in 1996. And on coming to Nigeria, I was vice presidential candidate with my party, Action Democratic Party. And my main goal, even before I came here, was to see how we can get Ondo State back on track, because this is the state that used to be the bedrock of Western region when agriculture was the pride of this state. This is the state where agriculture helped the Western region to get the first radio television in Africa. This is the state that really contributed a lot through agriculture to Cocoa House. Also the state that helped Liberty Stadium. So I don't know what went wrong. Everything that we are looking for is right here in this state and Nigeria. What we are lacking is leadership. And I know during the intro, one of the facilitators mentioned the fact that one of our pride in the past was education. They say if we don't manufacture anything in Ondo State, even when Ekiti State was part of Ondo, we used to manufacture education. So everything has eroded. Nothing is wrong with the state, but the only thing missing is leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now we'll move straight to the next.
You have to end it, actually. You have to end it.
Yes.
Prince Adelegon, is he back on board?
Yes, I know.
Okay.
We have Prince Adelegon back on board.
Yes, he is. Yes, he's back.
You now, sir.
You can talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Adelegon. For the last 3 years, been an entrepreneur and ended in the last 2 years as the president chairman of the Council of the Nigerian Business. We the key objective for this election is the transformation of the economy. Standard, it is natural resources, human capital, and our dimension market for international and local investment has been the bane of government in the last 20 or 2 years of politics in the state. My hope is that we will be able to convince our electorate to give us the opportunity the huge human capital is invested across the world to come home and redimension exploit our economic opportunities. And these economic opportunities do not even end with our natural resources. As a low-hanging fruit, we can quickly use our geography to become the hub of trade between the southwest and the southeast on one hand, the other hand. So my prayer is that we will have the opportunity to bring up the economic opportunities and advantages of the state for the prosperity and benefit of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, in 2 minutes, can we have can I have the next one?
Yes. The next person is Dotun or John, please.
Hello, good evening.
John, can you give us an opening statement?
Yeah. Good evening, great Ondo State. My name is Dotun John, and I am actually a graduate of mass communication.
Go ahead.
The connection seems not to be strong, but please go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
All right. My name is Dr. John. I'm a graduate of communication. Corporation. From there, I actually moved to other.
Who is Nokia 2.1? Please, can you mute yourself?
Okay, I think perhaps it will be better for me to comment.
Go ahead, Dr. please.
All right. My name is Dr.
Mr. Dawson, do you have Mr. Benga and whoever is using Nokia 2.1 and Mr. Benga, can you please mute yourself? Can you please mute yourself?
Nokia.
All right. Sorry. What will happen is I'm going to mute everyone, and Mr. Dotun can please mute himself and talk.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. John. I actually studied mass communication, and I started practice in our state, Ondo State precisely, where we call West House now, Ondo State Education Corporation. I did that for some years before I moved on to other stations. I've worked with about 4 or 5 media stations in the last 18 years. But in the year 2012, I actually delved into the area of leadership, which I saw was a major challenge with us in Africa, especially in Ondo State. Like I used to tell people, we are not in lack of resources in Ondo State. We are not in lack of anything. But the problem we have is the ability to actually give the people a moment of love and care. And that's exactly what we want to do, given the opportunity to lead the state. We want to redirect the concept of leadership from power to people. We want to give people a moment of decision for their destiny. If you will permit me to say quickly that perhaps I am the only candidate who has not just a clear blueprint as to what to be done at every point in time, but who also has a KPI with which the citizenry can actually measure the level of our achievement within a period of first 3 months, 100 days, another 3 months, and just like that, for the people to know whether we are actually doing what we have said or not. But our major selling point is the area of leadership. And if you have read through my profile, you discover that all the investment we have made in Nigeria, I have made personally in Nigeria, has always been intervention in the area of leadership. I started a company some years back called Young Lead International. It's a company that is devoted to training young people, mentoring young leaders across the continent of Africa. I was the initiator, or I am still the initiator of the Student Leadership Forum, which is actually to build leadership skills in students across Nigeria. This is where I have been. I got trained here. I understand the problem here. I did a full of leadership here, and I am here with solution. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. With that opening presentation, Mr. Dotun Ojon. Now I'll move straight ahead to Mr. Rotimi Adeleye Akindejoye from Accord Party. Mr. Rotimi Adeleye Akindejoye, can you please treat us with your opening statement? Mr. Rotimi Adeleye Akindejoye from Accord Party.
Maybe call the next person.
Okay, I don't know.
The next person.
The next person on our list is the candidate for People's Redemption Party, that is Babatunde Francis Ali. I can see him on. Can you please unmute yourself and introduce yourself? Thank you.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. I want to especially thank religious leaders, royal fathers and mothers, and civil society organizations, and our people across the world. My name is Babatunde Francis Ali. I'm a graduate of computer science from the Lagos State University. I'm from the local government area of Ondo State, Udiaye town specifically. I am a businessman. I had my working career primarily in the private sector, working with organizations in IT, logistics, and the CIT, that is cash in transit, until I left as a head of operation. I am a politician, or I would say I'm in politics. I've had my tastes in leadership position here and there. I am the president of Total Man International. It's an initiative that is given to the training of youths with a special interest in education. Politically, I currently serve as the National Secretary of the People's Redemption Party, the oldest political party in Nigeria, founded in 1978. With consistency, hasn't changed logo, hasn't changed name. I am contesting for the governorship of Ondo State. out of a passion to see leadership, governance restored to our people, number one. Number two, to give everyone a sense of belonging to the intent of having true security in our environment. I am contesting for the government of Ondo State to see to it according to the number 3 principle of my political party. By the way, we have just 5. Like my brother have said, Dr. Dia, you are not alone, my brother. PRP also has its own, and I have it printed, published. It's in soft copy. Anybody can see it. It's online. Our principle number 3 talks about state control of the economy. And this implies the mainstreaming of our people in such a way that the collective wealth of Ondo State goes to its people and not to a single individual. This is the reason I am contesting. And I believe that the Ondo State people listening to us now across the world, by the time we are through with this debate tonight, will be pleased with the PRP to the point of giving it its vote. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Lee from PRP. Please, can every other person mute their phone, I mean. Okay, well, I'll go back to our first candidate, and that is in person of Prince Dapo Adelegon, with the next question. And the next question is this. We are on generic questions now. I have about 10 generic questions for the candidate. So the next question is, do you see yourself winning at poll? If not, are you open to work with strong contenders? Or how do you intend to better the lot of Ondo State indigents in case you do not win?
Yeah.
Unmute yourself.
Please,
unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, my expectation is at the end of this election, the people of Ondo State will have won the election, irrespective of whoever it is, because this is about their lives and livelihood. In the event that the people give the election to any of my contestants, co-contestants, and if invited, I will be available to lend my own contribution to the economic transformation. Because at the end of the day, my interest in the governance is not for personal aggrandizement. It is not for, it's not a beauty contest or a family chieftaincy title. It is simply to make myself available as a bona fide strong district, and to leverage on my experience, my contact, and my exposure to bring in the requisite capacity, competence, and investment that the industry requires to become one of the richest states in the country. So if any of my brothers emerge other than myself as the governor of the state, and I'm invited, I will be ready to lend my own support to the economic transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move to the next person now. I think the candidate should know who is next now. That's Prince Olateru Olagbegi. You are next. Can you come on board, sir?
Okay. No, go change. They can
Prince Olateru Olagbegi, can you please come? You're next on board now. He's the diaspora member himself, like he had lived in the diaspora, as he said the previous time. Can we have Mr. Prince Martin Kunle Olateru Olagbegi from the ADP, Action Democratic Party?
Sorry, baby, to call you. He was driving when he joined us the other time, and he said he's still on the road, that the signal keeps dropping. So I think we'll move to the next person.
I moved right to Mr. Ojon, Dr. Ojon from YP. So the question is, do you see yourself winning at polls? If not, are you open to work with strong contenders, or how do you intend to better the lot of Ondo State indigents?
You see, I don't want us to make the mistake of going a route that a lot of people are on, which is coming out with this sensation that there are major political parties and minor political parties in Nigeria. So in that narration, it has reduced whatever a lot of people are doing to a contest between some major political parties and the people. So we thought about it in the Young Progressives Party, and we felt that we must give the people a voice. So as we speak now, we believe in the Young Progressives Party that we are the voice of the people. And what we've done in the last few months is to allow the people to identify that voice, and they have. So I can tell you authoritatively that I will win the election, considering the fact that the people are looking for the way out, and we've been able to provide this alternative kind of leadership that they are looking out for. So for us, it's a resolve within inside of us that we are out to win the election with the support of the people. So on whether we're willing to work with people, it's a difficult thing to do at the moment, because a lot of the people that have come before us have actually created a wrong impression to the populace, that they just come to pick from because they want to negotiate with people at the end of the day. We do not want to fall into that trap. So that is not on the table. And the best thing to do at this moment to better the lot of the Ondo State people is actually to return power to them, which is exactly what we will do once God honors us with power and people accept us as their government. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move straight on to, thank you, Mr. Ojon. We'll move straight to Accord Party, Mr. Rotimi Adeleye Akindejoye. Okay, so if...
Good evening.
He still needs to introduce himself.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, sir.
You're welcome back.
Can you hear me, please? All right. All right.
You're welcome back. Can you quickly introduce yourself now?
I'm Rotimi Akindejoye. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Very unfortunate. I wasn't informed about the Zoom meeting. It was later. I just got the message a few minutes ago, and I quickly logged in. And hello, can you hear me, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, okay, so why do you think you want to be the governor of Ondo State? Can you just tell us in 2 minutes? Why do you think you should be the governor of Ondo State?
Oh, wait, go to the trash sheet. Can I go to the trash sheet? Anyway, are you institute? You can go to the trash sheet.
Host, please, we can hear some background voices.
Not there.
Is Mr. Rotimi still there? Or did we lose him?
What's going on?
I think we've lost him again.
Okay, so, and the next person, the next person is, hello, the next person is Mr. Tunde Ali. Mr. Tunde Ali. Mr. Tunde Ali, I can see you. Can you please mute yourself? Okay, so the question is, do you see yourself winning at polls? If not, are you open to work with strong contenders, or how do you intend to better the lot of Ondo State indigents?
I want to thank you seriously for that question. Number one, apologies. We had issue with network here just before now, and coming back, I don't know if I've missed anything. We want to present what we have for Ondo State people, and we believe they will be ready to vote for us. As to the question of if we do not win, I have not even been able to present what we have. I don't know if I have missed any of those things. Please guide me.
In your open statement, you haven't mixed opportunity. You're still going to have the opportunities to say all of those to us. But did you do in your open statement? I would expect that you talk to us about your part of your manifestos. Have you done that?
Okay. Very briefly.
Okay, if you have 1 minute left to say whatever you want to say.
Okay, thank you. Better really by giving. We have promised that we are creating a capital from the villages through rough roads, through unsafe terrains, and coming to Akure to see whoever they want to see, because everybody must have a link to the government before they can do anything reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so right now we go back straight to Prince Dapo Adelego. There is no gainsaying, Prince, that the candidates, especially yourself, because we've listened to your manifesto times and again, and this is about the second time you are talking to us now. You know that you have how do you intend to fund your idea? Considering the debt profile of most states in Nigeria, especially on those states, how do you intend to fund all the beautiful, laudable ideas that you have?
Thank you so much. Two reasons. Number one, we haven't identified the critical economic opportunities. Our economic development on 3 levels. The first is agriculture, the second is industrialization, and the third is infrastructure. We will be looking at local, international, and diaspora investment to galvanize it, because IGR is dwindling, and our costs of the state in terms of salaries and emolument is also increasing. So one of the things we want to do to reduce our operational costs is to corporatize some of our ministries and move them away from being cost centers to become income generating centers. That's number one. That means we reduce also our civil service expenditure, and then begin to have some part of our civil service become income generating to the economy. Secondly, is that we want to set up an international investment fund targeted at Diaspora in partnership with all the major international partners. Ondo State Diaspora releases about 3 billion annually into our economy out of the 22 billion plus that comes from total diaspora. Our intention is leveraging on those opportunities, packaging them business cases, and leveraging our relationship with some international institutions to package a bond that will 3, 4, 5 years to come that we will market internationally to our diaspora for investment and guarantee return, and use this money through the window of the central bank to bring in, contribute our own initial contributions to a refining project, for example, about 40% of your own money. The economic zone is 6. I want to build around the country, focus on agriculture, as well as our people. So, in essence, even the salary, after this salary, we tend to convert to debt and have a 3, 4, 5 year default rate, so the civil servants would know that whatever the government has given is an investment in the state, annual return, and between 3 to 5 years, such money can then be reduced. So that's our financial engineering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for that. So right away, I'll move to Prince Olateru Olagbegi if he's still online with us. Otherwise, we'll jump to Mr. Dotun Ojon. Prince Olateru Olagbegi. Okay, so we go next to Mr. Dotun Ojon from YPP.
How we intend to fund our ideas, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. For us at the Young Progressives Party, we have what we call the LEAP agenda. LEAP is L-E-A-P, and in Yoruba, we just call it BERA. The idea of the BERA agenda, or the BERA program, is actually to make Ondo State move from where it is now to where it's supposed to be. And each of the letters there actually has a meaning. So when you get to E, we have some wonderful, we talk about education, and the last part of the E talks about economic intervention. Now, if you look at our beautiful program, it's going to cost government a lot of money, and we are conscious of this. So the question is, how do we want to get this money? The first thing we want to do, it will shock you, in February, in the month of February 2020, the Ondo State government declared that it collected 5 billion naira from the federal courts. And from that 5 billion naira, the government came out to say that 4 billion of it was actually used to pay salary, leaving the government with about 1 billion for critical infrastructural intervention. Now, the next question you ask is, how can a state survive in that situation? So the first thing we want to do is to cut down on the cost of governance. From the 4 billion naira that the state government said was used to pay salary, nobody ever bothered to ask the question as to who and who received the salary. Is it the civil servant or the politician? Because what we have in Nigeria critically now is that we have rich politicians and poor people. So you discover that in some states, even beyond Ondo State, they use as much as 50% of whatever they get to pay themselves salary in form of allowances and even security vote. So the first thing we want to do is to see how we can reduce the cost of governance. The number two thing we want to do is, because we do not intend to tax the people, in the year 2014, the United States and the United Nations says that for us to come out of the issue of poverty, we must allocate more resources to people living in abject poverty. It shows that we can't continue to burden people with more taxation in the guise that government needs more money. So what is government going to do? Our government, when we get to power by the grace of God, we actually look at the direction of business. You and I know that the mindset of Nigerian government is that government does not have any business in business, because government in Nigeria has practiced business and they have failed over the time. But what we want to do is to redirect that concept so that government can genuinely provide service to the people that the people will be willing to pay for. And these are the three critical areas that we want to intervene in so that we can get more money for government. The first one is the area of shelter, which is housing. It is annoying if you know the number of people that are struggling to pay house rent or that don't even have houses on their head. And in Nigeria, to build a 3-bedroom apartment beautifully done will cost you less than 5 million. So what is government going to do? We want to invest in this and make people who have the means to come live in these houses. We call it rent to own idea, so that when they rent, they pay per month. And this will be a kind of generation of revenue for government. And at the end of the day, the people will benefit because the house will actually translate to theirs. I don't want to speak much on that because I'm still coming. The second thing we want to do is to take charge of transportation. In Ondo State today, just like we have in Lagos State, Agbero, South, and these guys are taking over our transportation system. If you get to the house of the chairman, which I have done discreetly, if you get to the chairman, the house of the chairman of the NURTW in Akure, you will be shocked. And the Ghana must go filled with money that these people are pulling in and pulling out. And this government is looking away because these are the people that are needed for the next election. So we want to critically look into this and see how we can generate revenue from the movement of the people. The last thing we want to do is we want to create industry around food production, because now there are about 1.2 billion people in the world that go to bed hungry every day. And you and I know that with the research, with the lockdown and COVID-19, that by February of next year, our population will actually increase, and by extension, it's going to affect the number of people who go to bed hungry. We want to also take advantage of investment in agricultural sector so that we can make more money for the government. I thank you for the opportunity once again.
Thank you, Mr. Ojon. So I'll move next to, let me see now. I'll move next to Mr. Tunde Ali. That's because we're not sure if Mr. Adeleye is back. If he's back, he should signify. And if we have any other candidates who was here earlier on and now no longer here, or they have returned, please, they should signify. They should send a chat message to the host to say that they are back online. So I'll move straight to Mr. Tunde Ali with the next question. How does he intend to fund the lofty ideas considering the debt profile of Ondo State? How do you want to fund your ideas now? Mr. Baba,
thank you so much. Among with you, thank you so much. We are looking first at restoring confidence in governance. Ondo State presently is in debt. Much more than that, Ondo State is in debt of integrity. Ondo State is in debt of trust from its people. Every move of the government is suspected, even when it is well intended. So the first thing we intend to do is to restore hope and confidence in our people by running a very transparent government. How are we going about this? Number of them in the 203 wards of Ondo State, based at the ward level. These are grassroots organizations, which is below the local government, is a template whereby we will mainstream our people. And first is with agriculture. Of course, data.
Hello.
I think we have lost him there.
Okay, so it seems we've lost him. So if that be the case, so I think we should go straight to the next question. Mrs. Wumi Azan, you will have the time to ask your question. You will have a time to ask your, please keep on to that question. You will have a time to ask the question. I see it's a very important question you have right there. So we'll go right to the next question. It has to do with industry. Ondo State is known with some quoted industries on stock exchange. Used to be known with some quoted industries, such as the Oluwa glass, the cocoa industry, the oil palm glass, among others, most of which are now moribund. Do you intend to revitalize these or create new ones? That question goes to Prince Dakpo Adelego. That question.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Yes, the industry you have mentioned over the years been operating below capacity, and I believe that past governments have needed substantial control of those industries in the private sector. When we get there, by grace, we will review the status of those.
Investments for like 30 minutes. Okay.
And determine the level of the state government equity in those industries, and then we can then take it from there. However, because the greatest problem that confronts the economy in this state, outside of investment, is joblessness. A lot of our graduates are roaming the streets without jobs. As a matter of fact, we have about 78% unemployment rate in the industry. So we will quickly go ahead to develop some industries that are low-hanging fruits that can be operational within 12 to 14 months, that also have capacity for large employment. For example, the brewery, for example, will take about 14 months, to build, and an average brewery will give you about 1,000 jobs in species and 2,500 of the total, both direct and indirect. So, and considering the volume of consumption around Nigeria, we believe that can be done within a year or there, and give employment for people in various areas, engineering, and that also create a lot of outsourcing opportunities for farmers. So while we're looking at the past industries, either to revive them or to buy back some of those shares, so those things the same with majority or minority, and then put them or revive the local investment corporation, which is now moribund, so it can become the center of all investment that Ondo State has. We will also quickly, while waiting for the big investment in refinery, in seaports, in economic zones, we will quickly identify low-hanging industrial benefits, cottage industries, small-scale industries, and large-scale industries to activate for employment. By the way, one of the things we want to do as soon as we come into government is prepare our town as the economic capital of the Ondo State, while Akure is political. And that means turning Orange to Chicago. Orange, interestingly, is the center of trade between the Southwest and the South-South. It's estimated about 10 billion now worth of goods transversed Orange to the South-South on a monthly basis. Currently, all will benefit as Orange, as a town or a state, is the amount of money they spend in consuming Panayam and push people in Orange. We want to declare as the hub, provide land and incentive for manufacturers to build bonded warehouses in Orange, and invite logistics companies so that the goods that are coming from Lagos, half of the imported goods into Lagos are getting from the South. We want them to stay in Orange so we can derive an economic value and let the customers from the South come in and pick it up. By doing that, within a year or two, we can also tap onto the pipeline carrying gas from Escravos to Shagamu to Water, to Adara, to Papa, and so on. We can tap it into these bonded warehouses, and within 2 years, all these bonded warehouses into industrial production output. So that is our short-term economic strategy, while we're going to package our seaport, our refinery, our Greek economic zone for international.
Infinite Hot. Infinite Hot. Can you? Okay, thank you.
It's been muted.
Thank you.
I think that's Mr. Dodo Agbola. Can you please mute your phone?
Yeah,
okay, fine. Are we done with the first speaker now? So we'll move straight to Mr. Dr. Ojon. So the question is, moribund industries such as Oluwa Glass, all palm, cocoa industries in those states, how do you intend to revitalize them or create new ones?
In fairness, the focus of our government is in compliance with 21st century reality. And what are these realities? Because if you look at it,
Hello, have we lost you?
Yes, it is breaking.
The connection is not strong, I think.
Not strong. In the absence of that, we'll just move straight to Mr. Babatunde Ali, please. What do you do with the moribund industries that we have in Ondo State, such as Oluwa Glass, the Holy Palm, and all of that? What do you do with them if you, peradventure, you become the next governor of Ondo State?
Thank you. Like we have stated in our manifesto, let's take Oluwa Glass, for example. We are aware that the government of Ondo State has gone into agreements and signed bonds and all manner of commitments that has, even should any investor be interested in reviving these projects and industries, prevent them. I am from Oktupa local government, and I know that as of today, that industry is no longer moribund. It's no longer, I mean, it's not just moribund, it's no longer in existence. So should Ondo State be interested in glass industry, we will have to step up into a new one. So number one, we are going to look at all these agreements. Like I said, that we are restoring power to our people. We will look at all these agreements, and like I promised them, where anybody has been found culpable to have sold the state out as a social benefit to our people, they'll be brought to justice. Number two, our people are paying. Number two, all the industries, for example, there is the law and the shout about cocoa industry that is now, if our people, the cocoa farmers and the cocoa sellers association are formed into a cooperative society that the government has its hand in and backing. I don't believe in the idea that there is no, government does not have business in government. This will give our people with the credibility factor we are bringing into governments to be able, as local investors, invest in these industries. And it's not just that to revive the moribund one, but to take them to an extra level. I will say here that I was once part of the team that registered Elijah refining and petrochemical industry. EPL 291 of Ondo State, I was part of the organization that was in charge of it.
The network seems to be terrible. In case I think. Government. Okay, go on, please. Go on. It's frozen again. Okay, so we'll move straight on. We can't actually.
Nigerians believe in it.
Okay, go on, please.
It's fluctuating.
We want. Now, Sunday, I think the network
industries and they will come in.
Okay, so do we now have Mr. Adeleye? Do we have Mr. Adeleye back online? Okay, if we do not have Mr. Adeleye back online, and then I will go to the next question, and that will be for Prince Dapo Adelegon. And this question has to do with Ondo State being a civil service state. Can you tell us, sir, we all understand, because you, like all the candidates have actually said they want to improve the private sectors in Ondo State if they become governor. So can you tell us categorically, sir, should you be in? Can you tell us 3 viable projects or business that you intend to introduce to the senatorial, to the 3 senatorial districts of the state, and how soon are these projects obtainable?
Unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah. Can I go now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For the Southern Senatorial District, I've just said that we will declare Orange as the economic capital of the state if God gives us the opportunity to run the state. And that is because that is a law and the geography of that Ondo State provides us the opportunity to take advantage of the billions of goods that transfer, or so create sort of warehouses, logistics. Billions of goods are coming from Lagos to the south and drop in already, and customers from south can come up and pick them and vice versa. The moment we do that, we need to build the infrastructure, economic and industrial infrastructure, to begin to work on tapping on the gas that is coming from Escravos into Lagos to power a motor shopper plant, which has been there for many years. And with that, the southern part of the state will be electrified, and then we'll be in a position to also provide gas for these warehouses to become industrial. But beyond that, we have said for the southern part as well, we will immediately begin with the right consultants package the business case for this import, for refinery, for the OKLNG that has been abandoned for international investment. In the center, which is the center part of the state, we have cocoa, we have cassava, we have palm kernel. We have said that we will develop 6 agri economic zones around the border of the state, the 6 states that surround it: Lagos, Ogun, Osun, Ekiti, Kogi, and Edo, and the 6 states that surround those states. And they have a population of about 45 million. So we are actually a 4.5 million population with a 50 million market around us. So we want to take advantage of the borders between those states and this 16 to develop 6 agricultural economic zones, 1,000 to 2,000 hectares of farmland, residential, and processing plants. In each of these zones, we look at each zone dedicated to each cash crop: palm kernel, cocoa, cassava, cashew, and so on. So it means that for each of the territorial districts, anyway, there will be, naturally an economic zone around our territorial district to assist us. But as a matter of urgency, I've said it, we need to quickly also find the 12 to 14-month cycle industry, breweries, cottage industry, the food and beverage that we can provide with investors as employment challenge for our youth. So as we are doing all of this, we also glamorize agriculture and let our youth understand the fact that farming is a viable project and the farmers are the richest in the world. So as far as we are concerned, in each of the central districts, for Akure, for example, we intend to leverage on the centrality. Akure is like the center the center of Nigeria. We want to develop about 100 hectares around the airport, what we call the social city, to build the biggest, event and conference center. Because like I said earlier on, South Africa says 7 out of 10 investors have invested in that country in 1994 came for an event, either a conference, a sporting activity, or an exhibition. So we want to use that area as a traffic generator for the 1 million people that transverse in those states between Oregon and Akoko on the way to Abuja and Makampe. So we just use all of these geographical opportunities as well as from low-angling industry, particularly in agriculture, to quickly energize productivity and employment for people in the short term. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we'll move straight to Mr. Ojon. Mr. Dotun Ojon from YPP.
Okay. Can I have the question again? I lost you at some point.
Okay, sorry. Okay, the question is, we have, you've been telling us about how you want to privatize things, and the state is a civil service state. So we just want you to tell us straight 3 viable projects that you think you can introduce to the 3 senatorial districts of the state, and how soon these are obtainable.
I think, as opposed to privatization, I think I'm actually starting some businesses that will be tied to the government. Since 2003, we have heard the noise about privatization and the promises as to how it will make our nation better and reduce unemployment. But the reality of what we have seen with professional politicians is that it's any time that they want to steal money, that they involve a lot of people under the guise of public private partnership. And at the end of the day, we will not get to see results. So what are we going to do differently? First is that the government wants to take the business of agriculture, like I've said, seriously, and we are coming up with what we call regional farms. Now, these regional farms are not going to be operated by people who are not civil servants. It shows that we want to deliberately employ people who are actually going to be civil servants in the agri ministry to do business for government. And by extension, we are mopping up unemployment. How would this work? In the Southern Central District, for example, I am from Ojala in SL, the local government area of Ondo State. I didn't get to know about ice fish until I was about 12 years old. It shows that my community was able to feed herself and was also able to transport to neighboring communities activities in Irele local government because majority of people in Irele local government were not involved in fish farming at that point in time. So they will meet at a point after Shabomi, and they will exchange. The people in Irele local government were really very good at producing pupuru and order. They bring their pupuru, they come, and the people in SLO will bring their own fish, they exchange at one point, and everybody goes home happy. But as we speak now, if you get to my community, you will not find a single fish from our rivers. What has happened? It shows that the century has changed largely. So the kind of agric farm that we are targeting towards the southern senatorial district is actually going to be fish farming, because fishes do well naturally in their natural habitat. We have the habitat, but it's like fishes are disappearing. So the first thing we want to do is to invest in this and start regional farm in each of the senatorial districts. And the first farm will be done in 100 days. The first will be completed, and that's why I was talking about KPI the other time. Then apart from that is that we are going into production of basic things that are usable within Ondo State. Because what we really want to do is that we are tired of talking about regionalization. We are tired of talking about, oh, the state government does not have enough power, the power resides in Abuja. We want to actually use the power we have first for our state so that we can inspire other states to actually be independent. So we are identifying basic things that are needed within the community that government can actually intervene and do business with. Now, the concept of our doing business is not just to make money for the government, it's also to serve as a regulation. I made mention of the housing the other time. Let me quickly refer to it. In Nakuru, as we speak now, if the landlord is offended by his wife under any guise, he comes to the tenant and says, I am increasing my rent. And that's why they found that there's no major industries in Nakuru. You discover that house rent in Nakuru is as expensive as any other place in the part of Nigeria. But if we have our own housing unit, we will set that. That will not only be a business for government, it will also be a kind of regulation. The government is giving out this house so amount of money per year. That means that individual owners should not give more than so amount of money per year. So it's also going to help us to regulate. So we are investing in agriculture, we are investing in production, but our focus is actually on production. And you asked a question as to whether we will revamp some dead industries the other time. Our plan is not to revamp. You cannot even revamp Oluwa Glass, for example. Oluwa Glass is dead. My father was going to modern school when they were planting the palm tree of Okrupa oil palm. As we are speaking now, the palm trees are still standing. Is that the kind of organization you want to revamp? Though we are investing in agriculture and we identify areas that we can actually make this better within some period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for answering that question. Can we have back online Mr. Babatunde Ali? Can we have Mr. Babatunde Ali back, please?
Thank you, Gbemi. I was with you the other time when I was probably cut off by the net. I'm very sorry to all my brothers and sisters out there and to all our people in Ondo State. Unfortunately for me, I'm also not within Ondo State as I speak. We have a program for both South, Central, and the Northern Senatorial District of Ondo State. Like I said the other time, going by way of the mantra of power to the people. We intend to drive our economic program directly in that direction. And I'll start with the South. The economy of Ondo State basically will have to grow from agriculture. We're basically agrarian and public service, which our people know and our people are used to.
I think the network is playing up again from his hand.
Yeah, it is.
Only that they have lost confidence. Whether farming or resources that are available to that place will have one minimum one commercially viable industry. And I mean this, mini industry. Take, for example, if you go to local government today just want to pick that as an example. You find countless, I cannot begin to count it, countless mini oil mill producing points. Our people are going through this thing in the crudest form. You will find it. We intend to help these people galvanize their activity in cooperative societies, like I said the other time before, they help build industry, mini industries, but commercially viable around it, so that the people can, as an organization, employ more. How can you have a man who have an oil mill outfit and his son, who is a graduate, is looking for a job probably in the bank? It's because the thing is at the lowest ebb and nobody believes in it. We believe that when we put these things together, even the youth are going to respond to it, because employment is going to be channeled towards it. Let's go to the seaside. I didn't hear my brother very well, or John. I don't know whether he mentioned this or not. The seaside of Ondo State, as we see it today, we have reports and verifiable of women dying while delivering, and they die inside canoe. Anybody can go ahead and begin to cover these things up. Whoever is moving around is in his bulletproof siren vehicle, anything. We intend fishing. We are not looking for, like this issue of, people like you who are out there, we immediately relate to what we have here than somebody who has never been here before. We intend to start from where we are, and we will channel our, because we have two. We have the industrial revolution. Government, should we come to power, is the mini industries. The second one is the major ones, which we know that is where true economy grows from. You are going into mining, you are going into oil and gas, you are going into the sea, and we are doing so many things. You want to have the port. Many of those things are even in the federal government purview. How do you, as a state, promise your people that that is where you want to stay for 4 years? So we intend to do that and to create these industries according to the relative advantage to the local government. Coming to the central. Today in the central senatorial districts, and nobody can take it away from Ondo State again, any government who wants to build tourism around medicine, with the central is where be domiciled minimally at the federal constituencies. It means 9 in Ondo State, which means we are adding to the what has already been built. But coming to the central, we intend tourism being one of the things we'll be doing. We say hospitality to critical tourism. You might have seen that in our manifesto. We intend to bring critical hospitality to the central. Ondo State that wants to grow in economy. Ondo State that wants to move away from the realm of just being an agrarian and civil service state. We need a lot of influence of corporate people into a state capital, because there will still be a level of dealing with the state government. So the center of Ondo State, which is Akure, South, North, Idori, and Ifedore, will be looking at tourism in this area, tourism in health, in fact, tourism in education, tourism in fact, as a matter of hospitality. We just have hotels everywhere that are not being patronized. Tourism in terms of transportation. We have a program in that line today. Our NURTW has been turned to an agent of political terror. And we intend to convert that into an economic value. Basically, central will be on tourism, but you cannot take agriculture from central. We still have the cocoa there. We still have other things that our people are doing, and we'll be leveraging on that. If we go to North, Gbemi and brothers and sisters out there, and fathers and mothers in Ondo State, please hear this. The northern part of Ondo State is a very critical environment. If there is any part of the state today that has lost trust in governance, even though that is where the chief executive of the state today comes from, is the north. Their roads are in bad shape. If we are going to bring economic activities into north, we are going to be dealing a lot with roads. That, in fact, my deputy governor is from Iru, in Ondo State. That is the side in Ondo that adjoins the savannah. And you know what that means in our economic and agricultural project. We'll be going into serious animal farming. And I say this with a sense of responsibility. And that will be domiciled at the northern part of Ondo State. the problem with tsetse fly attack and other things that you can readily find in the south, it's not in the north. We'll be looking at that in agriculture, and we'll also be looking at that in simple productions. For example, look at the tomato paste industry that has today been grounded. We believe that investor has not been well encouraged. We believe we will find proper encouragement by mainstreaming our people into it. If I still have my time, I'll say more, but I'd like to thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Babatunde Ali, for that presentation. That was a beautiful one too. Thank you so much. Now we'll go next to Mr. Akinleye Akindejoye, if he's back online. Mr. Akinleye Akindejoye, are you back online? Okay, he's not. So here is another question, and I'll be going right back to our first candidate, that is Prince Dapo Adelego. The next question has to do with power generation. Please, can all the candidates listen now? It has to do with power generation, especially in the South Senatorial District of Ondo State, which has been on the low so far. How do you intend to tackle the power generation, also putting a Omotosho power plant with 785 megawatts capacity in plan? How do you intend to tackle power generation in the state, especially in the South Senatorial District? That's the next question. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Given our plan to develop 6 economic zones around the borders of Ondo State and the 6 states that surround it, we have designed what we call embedded power, which is a mixture of gas, diesel, and solar. An average of 5 megawatts will power each of these economic zones with 1,000 residential estates, processing plants, and 1,000 to 2,000 hectares per economic zone. Coming to Akure, the state capital, because of the plan for a sunshine city that will house a major conference exhibition center, we'll have some sporting activities and tourism activities, including there's need for power. Power is essential in generating international tourist traffic. Power is essential to security. Power is essential in the manufacturing industries that want to put in this part of the state. We will limit ourselves to a power because the power from the National Transmission Agency is not adequate. Manufacturers are moving away from electricity into gas. Since we're not going to be able to make pipes from to all parts of the state, with embedded power and motorized gas for industrial zones we are creating across the state. For the southern part, I just mentioned earlier that we intend to spend about $30 to $35 million long-term investment to tap the gas that is coming from Escravos, going to the state and Lagos State. The part is true already to tap into a Omotosho power plant. So within a year of our government, I will encourage manufacturers to turn already into bonded warehousing and logistics center for goods coming from Lagos to South South to be able to provide gas for those bonded warehouses and convert them to manufacturing. So power is at the core of our economic policy, and we will not be able to resolve the problem of NEPA because of the politics and the challenges in that industry. So we will quickly go for embedded power in the part of the state where we don't have it. I mean, many power plants with an admixture of gas, of diesel, as well as solar. While we will quickly inject gas into the Omotosho power plant to enable the southern central district to enjoy life after a very long time and to prepare the ground for the economic transformation that territory, that central district will experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Then we'll move straight to, if we do not have Prince Olateru Olagbegi back in the house, can we move straight back to Mr. Dotun Ojon from YPP? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me begin by telling you that our party, the Young Progressive Party, YPP, is actually what we lead agenda. And LPF signifies leadership and light. Now, light means to us here electricity. But if you understand the problem of electricity, that's that we have a 200 million community, a community of 200 million people battling with 5,000 megawatt of electricity. You need to understand the problem we are in. For us to be able to power our people reasonably, I'm not talking about 24/7 in Nigeria. We'll be talking about needing up to 50,000 megawatt of electricity, but we do not have that because the national grid or the Nigerian grid in GREET, grid, allow the national grid, which is electricity, to work. And I've done my research around this area. So what are we going to do differently? If I come to a motor shop, the first thing we want to do differently is, okay, power is on the exclusive list of the federal government. That is to say, they have power over it. That has been the language over the time. Even though in Nigeria and those state landlord association, they buy transformer for their community. So how do we want to intervene? We want to intervene first by identifying communities with agreed potentials and entrepreneurial possibilities. And these are the communities that we want to light up through alternative sources, especially solar. In Abuja today, there's one or two or three estates in Abuja today that have not seen electricity through the national grid since for over 10 years. And we have about 2 or 3 Nigerian universities as we speak now. Federal universities are that have not, they've been disconnected or disconnected themselves from the national grid. It shows that our major responsibility or mindset as a 21st century compliant government is not even to connect more people to the national grid, but to have a way of disconnecting them. We have the power to do so. Coming to the problem in the southern central district of Ondo State, it will cost the government about 1.2 billion naira to buy the infrastructure, and the problem they are having now is that it is not a government project, and they have said it. So the government is not willing to invest in it because the government is not looking at, it's not seeing a way that they will get direct return on investment. But come to think about it, the return that the government can get from investing in electricity is in the productivity of the people. So our government, we set aside 300 million naira every month from the security vote of 700 million that the present government is taking, because we see that electricity will aid security. It will develop the economy and by extension aid security. And we will invest it into buy this infrastructure that has been lacking. And that shows that within 3 months, we will be able to actually realize enough money to complement whatever has been done, so that when we are celebrating within the first 100 days of our government, every community that has been disconnected from the southern central district of Ondo State will have electricity. And the ones that have not been connected to electricity, they will actually be connected to alternative sources. As we speak now, it will be exceedingly difficult, if not practically impossible, for us to be able to say something that can be done with Omotosho power plant, because I have engaged with the people and they have told me that the sincerity of government about the project is too loud, to the point that even the state government, as we speak, may not have a direct information as to the state of the facility. So until we get to power, we may not be able to identify what the state of the facility is. But the ones that we have control over, identify communities across the state with agri potentials and lighting them up through alternative sources, we will do. And investing in infrastructure in communities where there have not been light in years, that we will also do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So right now we'll move to the next person. That is Mr. Babatunde Ali. Can you please come on board, sir?
Thank you once again, Sunshines in Diaspora. I want to sincerely greet you and those at home. the plan of the PRP, which I represent in this government, as to improving in power generation and having power supply to our state is very simple. Today in our country, and you are all citizens, and you can verify this, there are environments in Nigeria today, Ondo State inclusive, where they have 20 hours of straight supply of electricity. Please check with our people at home. The basic problem, therefore, is not just insufficiency of what is in the power reserve, it is in the distribution. Let's take the Southern Senatorial District, for example, where I come from. And this is by no means sounding sectorial, please. We have on record, and anybody is free to disprove it, but it's an evidence, that in the last 10 years, 12 in some, we have kids, 13-year-old today in the Southern Senatorial District of Ondo who have not seen electricity from the normal grid. Therefore, what are we intending to do? There is a lacuna that came up not too long ago at the Southern Senatorial District. They reached an agreement with the communities to supply them prepaid meters. And I found it highly anti-people because those prepaid meters are now being hung on the pole. I mean, you are hanging my property on the pole, I have paid for it. So how do I know what you load into it? Only few can afford it. Number one, we have met with some of these people. We've gathered our intelligence. And the first thing to do is, as a government, to be immediately financially committed to what, to supplying of these meters to our people on mortgage. I said ab initio that one major problem of governance in Ondo State today, and in fact in Nigeria, is trust. An average citizen in our land does not believe anything the government says. In fact, that is the very thing we will start to do from the first day we hit the office, to show our people we are committed to what we have promised. Therefore, we will, as a government, pay for it. Mimi and fellow citizens out there, I want to tell you that with as minimum as 500 million, the Southern Senatorial Districts of Ondo State will witness major turn in power supply. We have made our research, and watch out and see it. They will supply this thing to the houses, to the people that need them, and our people will have just a year to pay up. They are strained financially, a lot of things are going on, and we don't intend to put extra burden on them. Our government is going to have a lot of consultation, so our people will know the direction we are going into, just beyond the manifestos and the campaigns we have done as soon as we get into government. Number two, there are organizations already in Ondo State that are into alternative power generation. Unfortunately, what we have are people and cronies of government that bring bogus and unattainable and unachievable projects, white elephant stops, and in the name of we want to do this, we want to go there, and they run in the direction of that, and they waste them. We know what is on ground. They may be hiding the information from us. Like like Dr. said, I mentioned something to you about Omotosho. The problem is that until you are in government now, you won't know the detail of what these people have hidden, and I'm sorry to say this word, mismanaged. When we get there, you will all hear, you will be reporting to everyone per second. These organizations that are into alternative power generations today will be brought on board with a body language that is clear, that should you do anything nasty with the resources of the state, the government will be hard on you within the confines of the law. I had once stated at a particular debate just like this, that we will not shy away from the rule of law. As much as we are not in charge of the judiciary, once you are prosecuted and there is evidence of what we have done, we will encourage the law to deal with you within its confines, and if need be, ruthlessly. So everyone who wants to do government, do project with government, had better watch out. PRP comes into government, don't bring a project that is targeted at siphoning things, you won't bring it to us. Number three, look at the Omotosho power project.
You will, I missed that the other time because I was even talking before I knew I was already off. I only came back to meet my brother, Prince Adelegon, speaking. Gas passed through Ore. Ore in our government, I didn't know you didn't pick that the other time, is going to be made a hub of activities, economic and everything. And in fact, Ore would have been better than that today, much more, if not for the civil war. We will restore the glory of that first place. And looking at Omotosho, Omotosho is not beyond Omotosho is not beyond redemption in the name of our party. Omotosho is not beyond redemption. We will bring on board people who knows that this government has a body language for integrity. Lastly, Bimi, is the fact that our institutions are capable of a lot of things. We have said it, are coming on board. We are going to form a government that involves institutions, involve people, involve labor, involve all manner of organizations that will be coming on board, and our institutions are going to be given a room to exploit their power generation sources, and we will bring them on board. I don't see the reason why we should have graduates in this, graduates in that, and all we know is just certificates. We want to put in practice what we practice, what we claim we read in schools, and I promise you, going by it, I'm a computer person. Ondo State will feel it full blown. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Babatunde Ali. That was a beautiful presentation by you right there. Do we have Mr. Akinleye Adejoye back online? If not, I'll go straight back to Prince Dapo Adelegon. And this time around, the question is going to be a two-in-one, and it has to do with education. I see a lot of people are sending messages about education. Now, the question about, we know that the education in Ondo State has totally degenerated and needs resuscitation. Again, people have been sending in questions with respect to tuition fees in the tertiary institutions. Now, what do you have to say about the current government, how they have handled education in Ondo State, and what exactly do you want to do to resuscitate what we have? You know, the hike in price for the tertiary institution, we understand that some students have dropped out of school. What do you want to do? How do you want to make it better? Except even the post-primary education sector too. Unity schools used to be one of the best. We used to have 9 unity schools in Ondo State back then, and those were best schools in Nigeria. But they exist now. Some of them still exist now, but we can't feel the impact that we used to have then. What do you intend to do with education in Ondo State? And then can you analyze what we have now currently in Ondo State with regards to education, what the government is doing? Thank you, Prince Adelegon. I welcome you back on board. Prince Adelegon, Prince Dapo Adelegon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Denisala. The state of education in Ondo State, to the best of my knowledge, is very unfortunate because beyond our natural resources, we are reputed for the quality of education that Ondo State provides across the length and breadth of Nigeria. But currently, one of the challenges is the fact that the welfare of teachers has not been a major factor with the current government. For example, teachers have not been recruited afresh into our schools since the time of Dr. Adabi, to the best of my information. So there is a need to recruit more teachers into our school. The feedback we are getting from the teachers is that they are overstretched. A particular teacher will take about 40 classes. With almost about 100 something people in every class. I mean, how does that deliver proper education? So we will look at the issue of recruitment of new teachers, thereby also creating employment for graduates who are really the street and capacitate them. Secondly, is the issue of the jig of our curriculum. The 21st century is a robotic century. It is not just about rote memory, it's about technology. So we are going to ensure that our primary and secondary school curriculum are jigged towards technical, vocational education without compromise to humanities, to the classics and sciences. And this must start with the teachers. Because if the teachers themselves are not, equipped and prepared and incentivized, how do they deliver value to the students? Many of our schools in Ondo State are in very bad shape. Teachers have complained of teaching in schools and rain falling on them. I heard recently that the current governor has renovated 400 something schools. While we appreciate that, we think that we need to expedite action and allocate more resources to reviving and renovating our schools, even if they're not building new ones. Because without a good environment, even the pupils and the teachers will not be able to deliver. So, in terms of curriculum, we're going to school our education towards science, technical education, without compromise to the humanities, the law, and the sciences. In terms of cultural education and the use of school fees, we have said we will allow students to once we can come into government. In different parts of the world, even the rich do not pay for the education of their children in tertiary institutions. For a lot of you abroad, student loan is human right. It's not a privilege. We will provide student loans for students that are going to tertiary education, particularly those who are going to study sciences, technology, engineering, mathematics, medicine, and agriculture. Because this is the fastest track out of poverty into prosperity. So you could ask me how we're going to find the money, we will find the money. There's going to be a priority. And then we'll also put a lot of money into developing our vocational technical colleges to ensure that those who leave secondary school who want to acquire skills, because the 24th century is about skills, not certificates. That is why our focus on tertiary education will be focused on those scientific, engineering, and technical areas, while the bulk of our students will be encouraged to acquire skills. Technical, the 21st century, the slogan is customers, not jobs. There are no more jobs in this century. Those who have jobs can only sustain those jobs if they can generate customers. So we're going to encourage a lot of skill acquisition, and we will be able to provide funding for graduates of our vocational schools with city and guild certificates to become employers of labor rather than being employees. So in essence, we're going to have what I call a total reinvention of our education to align with the concept of the 21st century, which is the robotic century. And we're ensuring that technology for the teachers, for the students, and skill acquisition, because we're going to industrialize, we're going to bring a refinery, we're going to provide mining, because the northern belt, somebody mentioned the northern belt of Ondo State, beyond ordinary husbandry, we have a limestone belt that goes to Bajano, where the biggest male factory is. That limestone belt starts in Akoko in Ondo State. We have marble, we have granite, we have gemstone. We have not been able to tap these opportunities because there are no mining institutions. Any mining international multinational that comes invest billions in mining these opportunities will expect that we have an institution that is a center of excellence for mining engineering. So we will also, we have a science and tech university in the south. We have one in the center. We will convert the polytechnic by its grace to University of Science and Tech. And it will be a center of excellence in mining to ensure that the skill set, mining, agriculture, engineering, and so on, the skill set acquired in this science and tech university. For example, in the south, we will make that university a center for marine engineering, for fishing, for oil and gas, and for logistics and transportation. So the skills that are acquired in those institutions will be aligned with the industries and the opportunities in each of the central districts. That is our plan for education transformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And so I'll move straight to Mr. Ojon. If Prince is still not back online, Mr. Dotun Ojon from YPP, sir.
Thank you so much, again. Just as a fellow candidate has said, Prince Adelego, I think majorly there's a general capacity collapse in our system now. And during the period of discussion the other time, I overheard somebody talk about the fact that there's Yahoo, there's all manner of things now. And these are traceable to breakdown of education. Now, let's look at it from this angle. Because any failure on the part of any unit of socialization put pressure on government. If the family fails, there's going to be. So, and the only way to actually deflate this or to make things work is actually to empower people through education. Unfortunately, we have mistaken education for certification. So what are we going to do? Our philosophy about education in the Young Progressives Party is actually 2 A's. The first A is access. The second is assignment. Access in the sense that money should not deny any citizen access to good and qualitative education. Assignment in the sense that any one person that becomes educated in Ondo State should find his or her purpose within the concept of his education. In other words, we do not want to create people, educated people that will in turn be a burden on the community. We want to train people that we are, at the end of the day, become a blessing on the community. So let me start from access. Under access, we have the issue of school fees. In reality, as we speak today, before Ondo State government jacked up the fee, Ondo State was actually paying the least school fee in the entire Southwest. Now, what has happened? Let me tell you what usually happens. If a citizen or a resident of Ondo State leaves Ondo State to study in Lagos, they pay as much as 100,000. But if a resident of Lagos comes to Ondo State, they pay as little as 25,000, 30,000. To you, is that fair? Because you get to know that majority of these people have their allocation. I am not going to be a government that will encourage your governor to squander his own money while I use my own to train you in my state. So how do we want to ensure that money does not stop our residents from going to school? There's a program we are picking up. It was started by the government, and you know the way government pay lip services to important program if it does not affect them directly. They call it Kadi Beayo. Kadi Beayo is the residency card, which is actually to have an idea of how many people are resident in Ondo State. This card is not for citizens of Ondo State, it's for residents. So either you are from Akwa Ibom, you are from Lagos, you are from the north, while you are resident in Ondo State, you are supposed to be registered. This is the first thing we are going to do. Now, when we do this, it helps us to identify the number of residents in Ondo State that gain admission or that are in school. So our government is not reducing the school fees to 20,000 naira or 25,000 naira, as a lot of people have promised. What we want to do is that each of our residents, it doesn't matter where you come from, once you are a resident of Ondo State and you have registered on our site, you are registered, and that's what we want to drive within 100 days of our inauguration. You are going to have 70% of your school fee paid by the government. So when you are going to resume, you are only going to school with 30% of the entire school fee. So that has taken care of access. It shows that money will no longer be a barrier or something that's going to stop people in Ondo State from going to school. Now, on the issue of assignment, we want to help people to identify what they want to do in life, not just going to school and coming out with a certificate in business administration and you are broken at the end of the day because there's nowhere to practice your trade. No, we want to help you in a way that your education will align with your inner skill. And this is going to be done right from secondary school. Today, Prince Adele talked about inadequate teachers in school. We do not have teachers, not to talk of having counselors and mentors who are supposed to help these people. One advantage that we had in time past is not just that the jobs are enough for everyone. It's because of the fact that students who access mentors, they will access counselors who can guide them on the career that can suit their skill. So, for example, when I came out, when I studied my mass communication, if I hadn't found a job on television, I would have done another thing because my education actually aligned with my skill. And like he said, I don't want to repeat, there are a lot of things he said that I agree with on the issue of skill acquisition, on the issue of technical colleges, on the issue of actually helping the people. But beyond that, we actually want to make education accessible, and we want the people to be able to identify their purpose in the process of their education. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ojon. We'll move straight away to Mr. Babatunde Ali.
Thank you,
And the
Gwemi.
question,
Hello.
Education in Ondo State, what it is right now, and both tertiary institution and post-primary education, what the position is, and what do you intend to tackle? How do you intend to tackle it?
This is thank you, Gwemi. This is a question I'm very passionate about. I told you in my opening speech, I am the president of Total Man International. It's a non-governmental and non-profit making organization. And primarily is targeted at the youth, teens and youth. And you know that is the age of education, particularly in less than 20 and 25 thereabout. One of the alarming things we have discovered in our schools today is overpopulation. And I've said this, and I'll still mention it again. The secondary schools in the state capital, I'm not talking about the suburbs now. You have classes where you have 90 students, where the instructor or teacher, as the case may be, can't even move within the kids to see what they are doing and to be able to guide them. I must place on record here that education is not just about going to school and coming back. By practice and by what I do, education is from the word eduficio. And it means rearing. It means breathing or breathing. When you mention these two words, what comes to mind first, Bemi, is rearing of animals, breathing of animals. And it talks about building up. It talks about training. Therefore, our education in Ondo State, and that is why we have said that our primary and secondary education in Ondo State will be towards human capacity development, and our tertiary education will be towards human emancipation. One of the things that we have been bereft of in this side of the world is that a lot of value has been taken away from our education system. We have a lot of extracurricular activities in those days and organizations. I will put a record here that most of what I'm doing today, I didn't learn it in the university. It started in the primary and in the secondary school. Kids from make up their character, their temperament is determined by age of 12. By age of 5, maximum 6, a child's temperament is already determined. And then you go to age 6 and 12, there about or 13, when is the time to teach. And then from 13 and above, maybe to 19, 20, or 21, when it is now the age of training. And this is the age we have removed value from. So what we have decided to do, number one, is to target the instructor themselves. We want to encourage the teachers, and I've said the office of Tutor General will be restored in Ondo State. It will be at the level of a permanent secretary. That is number one. We have schools today, they are so crowded. You have teachers, 4, 5, 6, that are at the same level with the school principal. And they are still marking.
I think we're having issues with the connection again.
So we've lost him right there. Okay, if we can get to him, I think we have.
Hello.
Go on,
hello.
Sir. Go on. Hello,
okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay. The primary education in Ondo State, there is no bargaining.
To round up, sir. 1 minute.
There is no bargaining. This our primary education is going to be free. The secondary school education and the tertiary, they are not going to be free. Education is costly, but we intend as a government to grow a people that is truly equipped. We will restore all those extracurricular organizations. And let me come to tertiary education. Give me this, baby. We are forming what we call AOC, and that is ambassadors of change. Every undergraduate in Ondo State will be part of government. Gone are those days when your school is not in section and you come back home and you be sleeping. No. Every project of government that has to do with what you are training for in school, you will be part of it with minimal encouragement. All undergraduates in Ondo State, because we don't want to produce graduates who will come out and come and join this employment market and be looking for jobs. That is what we intend to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we go straight to the next stage, which are personal questions. Now, before I go to personal questions, I'm going to address some issues, a lot of issues that people have raised in the chat. And it has to do with the absence of some of our political parties, especially the ruling party APC and the opposition PDP. A lot of questions have gone in. People have been asking, how many parties did we invite? I can tell you categorically that we invited 17 political parties, those who are contesting in those states. We got acknowledgement. Some of these 17 political parties do not have offices, campaign offices. So we couldn't really, we just had to drop the letter wherever we were told to drop it if we get them on the phone. But we can assure you that we received acknowledgement from 10 political parties, including the PDP and APC. As a matter of fact, we spoke directly to the PDP candidate in person of Mr. Eyitayo Jegede, the SCAN, and he said, he told us that 6 p.m. was very early for him to join in, but we made provision for the debate to start at 7 p.m. just because of him and some other candidates too. Just like we spoke to the chairman of ZLP, that is in person of Dr. Mimiko, and he also was of the opinion that 6 p.m. was early because these people will be on the campaign field and all of that. Because of this, we decided to make the debate proper start at 7 p.m. Now, people again have been saying that they didn't come, they matter. Now, I want to say to you, yes, they do matter. But then you must understand that every candidate do matter. And it speaks volume of any political party who does not make themselves available to the masses, that they do not have respect. It is absolute disregard for the people of Ondo State. For them not to show up, it is absolute disregard, and we are not going to be silent about it. They don't get to feed us, you know that. So, and what would make a political party or a candidate aspiring for a political position to do this is because they do not believe in the party, in the masses. They don't believe that the power of the governance resides with the people. They believe in bribery, in corruption. They believe that when they give people money, people will vote for them, because that has been the hope of the day. So this is a wake-up call for all the indigents of Ondo State. Say, man, she edibo SB. Ti won ma fun yin ni 3,000 naira, be 2,000 naira, be 1,000 naira. Ti won ma so ikoko obe kan, ti won ma se fun yin, ti won wa mu future awon omo yin, ti won wa mu future awon omo yin, won wa mu won wa ṣe báṣubàṣu bó ṣe wù wọ́n. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ wá lọ tẹ̀ka fún wọn. This is an opportunity. This is eye opener for you. This is how much you matter to them. We are in the diaspora. We're enjoying wherever we are. We're not going to take anything from there. Our children get free education here. We ourselves, in fact, until we are tabakwe 100, if we still want to go to school, we can still get it for free here. But people, our family members are suffering at home. You are suffering at home. You are the government. We were told that democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That was what we learned. It is not the government of bribery and corruption. So, you know, I told you we are going to personal questions. Some of the personal questions that have been sent in by people, are directed to, all of the questions are directed to 2 candidates, to Akeredolu and Eyitayo Jegede, because they are not here. But then I will still go ahead and read those questions out, because this conversation is being recorded, and we will make sure that this goes viral, so that their total disregard for people will as well go viral. It is okay if they win, but posterity will be there to judge that they are not for the masses. And some of the personal questions that we have here addresses this issue. First, it has to do with the first personal question is directed to Mr. Akeredolu. Okay, in the personal question section, two of us will be doing it. The coordinator of the debate committee will join me on this one, but I'm going to start it and then he will join me in between. The first question is directly to Mr. Akeredolu. There has been allegation of vote buying, so we intend to ask him that what is his position. Mr. Akeredolu, we have been asked, what is your take on vote buying and using youth and our children as thugs during election campaign? What is your position? We understand that you have been sharing what's it called, slippers. We got pictures of you sharing slippers, sharing noodles, as if those things are the things that people voted for. So vote, and then we believe that the questionnaire believes that you have been using this to buy votes. Instead of canvassing and doing good things for people, that you believe in vote buying. So what is your take? We know you are not here, but this is going to get to you. So His Excellency Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, why are you giving out slippers and noodles to people? Why are you doing edible SAB? So if you are not doing it, we expected that you will come and refute this, but because you are not here today, we are sending it out to you, and I can assure you we'll make this viral. Then the second personal question again is this. It's directed to Mr. Akeredolu again. As diaspora members, we have heard from the grapevine, as a matter of fact, the allegation is no longer news, that you run Ondo State as a family business, and the issue of 400 million, among other things, out of the money that was saved in the bank. Can you please refute this allegation or explain to us why it is so? People believe that you're running a family business with Ondo State, and there is an allegation made by, it was actually made by your deputy, of which both of you belong to the same administration anyway, Mr. Agbola, who is also absent from this meeting as the candidate of ZLP. So can you please tell us, refute it, anyhow you want to do it. We deserve to know, even if you do not show yourself here, we deserve to know why you have been running our government, because it is our government, as a family business in Ondo State. And what is happening? What has happened to our 400 million naira? Can you please refute this allegation or explain why it is so to us? Now, again to Mr. The next question, the next personal question is to Mr. Eyitayo Jegede. And it says, as a former Attorney General of the state, what legal reforms did you put in place? And in figures and numbers, how did this reform affect justice delivery in Ondo State? So, as Mr. Eyitayo Jegede is a senior advocate of Nigeria, he will be my senior colleague, and he has been the AG of Ondo State. So we really do want to know, what legal reform did he put in place while he was acting the Attorney General of the state? And how did it help justice delivery in the state? That is the question for Mr. Eyitayo Jegede. Now, another question for Akeredolu, for His Excellency Akeredolu. With respect to getting government closer to the masses, there are agitations for the creation of local governments. However, some local governments feel concerned that if this could not be done during your first term, how could you possibly fulfill this promise now? And it is being considered as mere election promises. How do you intend to implement creation of local governments? in a second term? Please tell us. Those are one of the questions, personal questions that was sent to Mr. Akeredolu. I would allow the co-anchor for this section, in person of Dr. Obashekola, to come up with his questions now.
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Yeah, personal questions, but I need to get some a glass of water myself. But so before then, please.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for the questions that you've asked and the explanations and that have been explained by the candidate, by the gubernatorial candidates. I think they were very excellent. All of them have shown their knowledge about the state, and of course they have given us some hope that of course maybe election results sometimes doesn't go the way of majority, but nevertheless I think it goes to show the explanation and the knowledge you have displayed today has gone to show that there is hope has not been lost in that state. That of course if not this election, at least subsequent elections, we know that we have capable hands. As to the questions, that is personal. Unfortunately, the current governor is not around. But we can still ask a question that was thrown by some of our the people that are following, who are stakeholders of the state. That is the first question to His Excellency Arakuri Oluwarotimi Akeredolu is having spent almost 4 years in this current dispensation, Your Excellency, sir, what do you consider as your greatest achievement so far? That's a question. I think he will have, have the opportunity to tell us what he has done and what he intends to do. But he's not here, so we can send a question. Probably some of his, SSAs and advisors might pick it up. The second question, also to him, to His Excellency Arakun Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, is that what is the current stake of Ondo State government in Owena Energy Limited? How much revenue does the state generate from this enterprise annually? So these are the two questions which we picked up, which were supposed to be, personally addressed to His Excellency the Governor. Since he's not here, like we said, we still decide to throw the questions. Some of the his mind, pick them up for answering. But before I close the question, we have a question here, which of course some of them have been answered by the candidates, but I want them to also be a little bit, to come to a question which is, that Ondo State is mostly known as a civil servant state. That means that majority of the people who are employed in that state are on the payroll of the government, because they are mostly civil bureaucrats and people working in the government, parastatals and ministries. So the question goes that, and also the educational system or the curriculum of the education is skewed in such a way that it's mostly producing people who are, who we can say are potential civil servants. That is, they are more of certification rather than skill acquisition. So what do you do if you win an election, in your administration to, change this narrative to make Ondo State not only certification, show of certification, but also skill acquisition programs and, curriculum that would, strengthen the vocational skills and business training of the youth, so that when they come out of school, they won't be, looking for government civil servants employment, which of course politicians are always promising people employment, And when you ask them, they are mostly thinking of, expanding the civil servant, payroll, which we are already saying that is not the way to go. And from what you have answered so far, I think you are also thinking that direction, that we need people who have something to offer for themselves, not looking for government job or looking for civil servant jobs. So that is the question which I think any of you can answer, or all of you can answer, a little bit of it. Thank
you. Sorry, if you permit me, I was actually raising my hand because I have an observation.
Yes.
Yeah. Before the question, because I did not, one of the things that I strongly frown at is the fact that I understand how the media controls the community. And what we have done over the time is to have created an impression that any political battle is always between 2 or 3 major political parties, which in the process of your talking, you actually also unconsciously alluded to that fact when you said, even if it's not now, it could be later. I think it's a mistake that I do not like, because if you do not understand the mathematics of politics, we often allow ourselves to be used to have this particular narrative. In an organization where I've worked before as an editor, I returned there and they didn't want to give me a space to speak because, according to them, they've reserved their space for big politicians. And at the end of the day, you ask yourself, who are these big politicians? Ondo State today, we are close to 5 million people, and only 500,000 people will come out to vote on election day. And as we speak today, we have about 1.3 million card in the market of Ondo State, in the hands of people of Ondo State. But on the day of election, I can bet it with you that less than 500,000 people will come out to vote. Does it not mean that we do not have up to 300 reasonable people in Ondo State who can look beyond the political party and identify party manifesto? The answer is no. So if you ask me sincerely, I am not contesting this election to lose. In all honesty, now I identify that there are about 500,000 people in Ondo State that have never voted. These are students who were in school before COVID-19. They are all back home now. What is our strategy for winning the election? Is to reach out to these people who have never voted. Maybe somehow they will see the need for them to vote. So I don't want us to fall victim to the professional politician narration that only big political parties will win the election. I have spoken with people tonight, and I've spoken to people on the street of Akure and in all our communities who are willing to embrace something different. So if I listen to you talk like this, it discourages people like us who have left everything we have to try and change the narrative. So I am not here to answer the question. I just need to quickly correct that.
Oh, all right. Let me correct the. Probably you misunderstood me. What I meant that I know all of you cannot win at the same time. So a party will win, but all of you are displayed very in-depth knowledge of the state. That's what I meant. That even if your party happens not to win today, that doesn't mean that what you presented today does not go with the future of the state. So your impression is not, the impression is not to discourage you. Sorry, the impression is not to discourage, but rather to give you hope that even if you don't win today, that doesn't mean that Ondo State people rejected you. That's what I mean. Thank you.
Should I shock you? If today, if anybody on this platform, I'm talking about Mr. Ali, the PRP candidate, if he wins election today, I can work with him as an SA, just an assistant without salary. If he wins election today, I'm willing, because I have seen that these are the things that we also stand for as a people. So our ideologies, to a certain extent, actually align, and I'll be willing to work with any of the two of them. So it's not a loss for us if anybody on this platform wins election. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's also brings the issue of collaboration. because, we have discovered that, yes, we have discovered that if we combine efforts, we could actually dismantle this narrative of a domination of all these major parties that you mentioned, because APC, PDP, people have assumed that they are the biggest, the all. But if the smaller parties also join hands together, like you are saying now, you could actually defeat any of them. Because we have seen it today that you have many things in common. So thank you. I saw Mr. Tude Ali, raising up his hand. Yes, please.
Thank you, Leko. If you permit me, you were asking a question about what to do to ensure that our people do not go to school. My brother, Prince Adelegon, you are the only one chewing, and yet on the field campaigning. Okay. Every child that graduates, 70 to 80, and I say this with all sense of responsibility, of every child that leaves our secondary school, if he has gone through our primary school, sincerely they are going to the informal sector of the economy. And that is dangerous because we also do not have plan for that place. The government has not been doing anything about it. And that is why personally in PRP, we have created what we call a continuous education program, which will be anchored government institutions, private tertiary institutions are going to be participating in this.
We seem to have lost.
And to ensure that our people, I'm here, Gbemi.
Okay, fine. Please go on.
Okay. We have somehow the technical education has been erased from our system. The first thing we want to do is to make it, to bring some law into it. I mean LURE. We want to make it attractive. It has been coded as where those who do not and who cannot stand out in secondary schools go to. No. That, as a matter of fact, technical schools are advanced secondary schools. They offer a certificate that is even higher than that of secondary school. You can actually go from there even to 200 level in some of these technology inclined schools, particularly the polytechnic. And what we want to do is to bring an attraction into it. I will tell you this, brothers out there, that my mates, when we were in secondary school, we are not on TV or radio, so I can say this. I attended comprehensive high school there, and I was a senior prefect, privileged to be that in 1991. My mates in school actually wired their entire administrative block. Secondary school, they wired the entire administrative block. Some of those guys have ended up today doing something else. Our friends could cut queues, our friends could do a lot of things. I want to bring that glory back to the technical schools. That is bravery about that. And like I have said the other time, mark it, every undergraduate in Ondo State, brothers, I promise you, you are better sit up and prepare for a big show. You are part of government. Every one of you are going to be part of our ambassadors of change, because we find out that the government program is just to their contractors. Whatever contract you are doing with government in Ondo, even if you are foreign investors, we will have our undergraduates attached to you, and we'll be picking our reports real time on each of those projects. You will do it to precision, not roads they construct, and before they get to the end of a 5-kilometer road, the first kilometer is already gone. We will bring true education to Ondo State. Let me therefore add lastly, Lekon, and permit me to say this, that the political parties that are called so-called gladiators today are no gladiators at all. I am on campaign training. So nobody can tell me, I was yearning to meet you guys out there. Nobody can tell me it is one campaign talking to someone that prevented him from being here today. Gbemi actually came out raw But I think that is the responsibility of us candidates here. I most especially appreciate my brother Prince Adeleko and John, who we are quite close to some extent, that what we have in our state today is a government of money. It's a government that do not believe in the franchise of the people. Principle number 2 of the principle of the People's Redemption Party is power of the people. And that is the sacrosanct nature of the vote of every individual. There has not been any time that Ondo State has voted 50% of its voters' capacity. And we've been talking to these people. Our people are quite discouraged. That is one of the reasons they don't come out to vote. When we were voting in 1983, meanwhile, I was very young then. I was 46. I wasn't voting, but I was following my parents to go. I'm now 46, rather. I said, you know my age then. I'm 1974 born. And when we go, we will be in the rain with long queues with our fathers. 1979, 1983. The only political party out of the 5 on the terrain then that is still alive today is PRP. I am very pleased to be the candidate of that party. And I promise the rest of my brothers in this team that if we team up together, we will take out these people, and I mean positively within the confines of law, and we will give Ondo State people true governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Prince Adeleko wants to say something.
Sorry, briefly, just sorry about this interruption. While Mr. Tunde Ali was talking, I think you saw a brief interruption there. I'm getting some people who are trying to join the meeting now, and there's been some disruptions. So if you observe anything unusual, please, we'll be taking people out of the meeting. So if anyone does anything unusual, I just want you to understand that. Thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
Well, I don't think I have anything to add. What's in there?
Yeah.
Can I go, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I said I don't have much to add to what I don't have much to add to what Tunde and Mr. John have said. One, about the fact that there's equality of all political parties before the law. Number 2, that the so-called big parties are really not big parties. They have just perfected the art.
Ondo State indigenous in diaspora.
They have the power of coercion, but this time around, I can assure you that Ondo State people are aware that this is an existential election. This is about their lives and livelihood. This is not about, look, 60% of our economy is in shambles. 7 out of 10 industries are not. There is 80% of employment among our youth. Our youth are using girlfriends to make sacrifices for money, and so on and so forth. We have moved away from pandemic to pandemonium. So the realities of our situation are right in front of us. And they have been told that it is their right every 4 years to exercise that, to put out a government that has performed. They have a responsibility. We can only come out and offer our capacity, our ideas, our capacity, as we have all said on this platform. But the people also have a responsibility to vote. If they collect money and refuse to vote the right person, the people deserve the government that they get. So the message to the people of Ondo State is, this is an election about your life, the future of your children. If they bring money, collect it, go and vote the right candidate. You know the right candidate. You know those with the capacity to help to transform your economy and bring about livelihoods and lives in Ondo State. That is where I will just add my. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you to every one of you who has answered this question. And I think what Mr. Tunde Ali said, especially on the issue about because I'm passionate about that sector, which education with, skills, and the encouragement you said you're going to give people to the youth so that they will know that going for skills doesn't mean the dregs of the society. they must be, be respected, the people who have skills to offer in the economy. And that's what Singapore did when he said, even if you are a cleaner, you must be certified, you have, that's, you cannot just go, nobody can just go and do any cleaning up anyhow, or do bricklaying or those things. No, you must be certified to have been qualified to do that. And he gave it free of charge, certifying everybody to do certain skills. And I think what you are saying is a very good thing. And I think, I pray that you have, the vote of the people of Ondo State in this election. So I want to thank every one of you. While I return back to the chairman, Mr. Bimsola, BC time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obashekola. Now I have a question, a generic question. This time around that came in as a private chat. It has to do with diaspora. In fact, it's our matter and it should be on the front burner. The question goes thus. Beyond the 26 billion naira Nigerian diaspora remittances, how else do you intend to engage Nigerians or Ondo State in diasporas, considering the fact that we have diasporas with great knowledge and network willing to collaborate, but have not been effectively utilized? And so this person actually cited an example of instances where they have got private collaborations that they actually wanted to bring to the state, and at the end of the day, those things don't work out. They get to brick walls, and they don't get to execution stage. So, in your own, if you eventually emerge winner on the 10th of October 2020, how do you intend to make use of the diaspora? That question we go to Prince Dakpo. Prince Dakpo Adelegon, please.
Thank you very much, Dennis. We intend to engage the Ondo diaspora at 3 levels. The first one, I think, is engagement. I sincerely believe that the economic transformation policy and plan that we have in those states will require skill sets that will take a bit of time to develop and acquire locally. So we will immediately set up a contact with the Ondo State in diaspora global, which includes Europe, to begin to offer, employment for those brothers and sisters in diaspora who are willing to come in critical sectors, particularly in the area of engineering, in the area of technology, medicine, agricultural expertise, and have a special package for diaspora, including support in terms of accommodation, 1 or 2 paid travel back within the year back to see your family, and so on and so forth, to ensure that you have a contract with the government that is backed by, concrete agreement in terms of remuneration, in terms of incentives, to deploy your capacity quickly to assist us in shaping the framework for the current transformation of the state. The second level of engagement, like I said, is investment. We intend to set up an Ondo State International Investment Fund in partnership with one of the major international financial institutions to tap into that 3 billion annual remittance of Ondo State diaspora into the state, particularly towards critical infrastructure and as our own counterpart fund towards investment in heavy industries like seaport construction, refinery, OKLNG, and agricultural zones. Currently, we are the party, have the plan to set up an international investment advisory group from those states as soon as the entire government to begin to put together business cases for this project and to market them globally. We'll be tapping on Indo State Diaspora to bring in expertise and include some of you in this group so that you can become ambassadors of the state in the various cities and societies in which you exist. So those are the areas: investment drive from the diaspora remittance, employment opportunities for expats from the diaspora, in those diaspora, and engagement with the diaspora to ensure that our economic policy, as a matter of fact, one of the first things I'm going to do as a government is to come over and, speak to some selected cities in Europe and America, to speak to those states, diaspora, present our plan, get your input, and encourage you to join us in the quest to generate investment, expertise, and capacity towards the economic transformation of the industry. Thank you.
Okay, so can we move to Mr. Ojon now? Can you answer that question for 1 minute, please?
Sorry, Mr. Ojon is gone offline, please.
Okay, can we have Mr. Babatunde Ali, please?
Okay, when you are free to call me Tunde, because that is what my friends call me. I'm happy again to come back, and I appreciate you. Maybe I should use this to then let us know what the mission statement of PRP government in Ondo State intend to be. We said we intend to provide an innovative kind of governance. We intend to provide a proactive kind of governance, and that is our body language. That is our attitude as a government, and we intend to systematize the process of governance. Those three things are going to form our attitude: proactiveness, innovativeness, and system. Number two, we said that we will achieve this through robust consultation. Number two, we will achieve this through relevant expertise. Number three, we will achieve this through unparalleled political will. And I mind my word in this. It's online. We have posted it everywhere. Those three things: robust consultation, relevant expertise, and unparalleled political will, are the three.
Oh, we lost him. Okay, so we lost him.
Things will be used.
He's back.
Go on, sir. We seem to have lost Mr. Babatunde Ali right there.
Hello.
Okay.
Hospitality. Now, what we intend to do is that one of our program actually, hello?
Go on.
One of our program actually is targeted at non-indigenous. Okay, thank you. I hope you pick our mission statement completely. One of our program is targeted towards non-indigenous, and we are creating non-indigenous board in Ondo State. If we have that, how much more our own people that are outside? For the first time Ondo State, we have Ondo State Diaspora's board. And what do we intend to do? We'll be collaborating with you in the realm of consultation and the realm of relevant expertise. I can promise you this, Bemi, and I'm sure you guys will pass it across to all of our fellow brothers and sisters out there. You will love to come home and collaborate with the PRP government. Whatsoever you want to do, put it through this board, which we will pray that you will accept to pick one of you to chair that board. See, I am not one of you as of today, so I cannot tell your boss exactly how it should be. And that is why we intend to utilize the tool of consultation in governance. You will nominate the board people, the board chairman into that place. You will nominate majority of his people, and we will put some other people to join him. Whatever you want to do, this government of PRP coming on board by the grace of God, we'll be very happy to have you in the area of consultation. Repeatedly, this Zoom, here it is today, this virtual meeting, community meeting will not end with campaign. We intend to continue with this. Let's find a way to regularly engage with the people at home, at least maybe once in 2 months. Ask your governor questions. Let the board sit and take us on headlong. And lastly, like I told you in the tool we are going to be using, on parallel political way. Maybe we will take these things headlong, and on those states we know. We mean business, and it will be good for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tunde Babatunde Ali. That is quite insightful. And now, like I told you, we have some personal questions. We have about 4 of them that are coming now. We have 3 for Akeredolu, 1 for Agbola. But I'm not going to go straight to that. I will now we will now open the open session for the audience so that people can ask their question. We don't want it to be all about us and the personal questions. So we're going to open the floor to the audience now, starting from the members of the panels. We're going to let them ask their questions now. Will I take on, if you are ready for us, Jimmy Bisitaiwo Esquire, if you are ready with your question, I will take you right away.
Yeah,
are you there?
Yes. I think my question has been asked. It's been asked in a different way, so it will be a repetition at this stage. The question was about the question I was going to ask was about engagement with Ondo Diaspora. Well, that was part of your last question, and then my second question was to be about the ICT. How would you use current technology, how we promote that in Ondo State and use it to support our people and the government. But that has also been asked. So I think we can move to another question.
Okay.
So,
to our next question, a member of the panelists. Do I have Rita Akeredolu, Bola Akeredolu? Can I have you right here, and Adebayo Olofin with your questions, please?
Can I go
Rita,
ahead?
Adebayo Olofin. Adebayo Olofin, can we have your question?
Rita is trying to unmute herself. Maybe just give her some seconds.
Adebayo Olofin is already speaking. Please, Mr. Olofin.
Yeah, Olofin should go ahead, and I'll do
All right,
mine
okay.
after you. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for all the contributions. Well, my question has been asked, and I think I have another question to ask anyway. And the question is, how do you intend to reduce the level of unemployment, insecurities, child mortality, and other social vices in the states to the barest and at the same time providing the basic social welfare packages and amenities?
So we go straight to Mr. Tunde Ali.
Mr. Tunde Ali, okay.
Gbemi, thank God our people are not going to be voting for names of candidates. They'll be looking for the key, the symbol of the PRP to vote for. Child mortality, maternal mortality in Ondo State is boldly written in our manifesto. We have zero tolerance towards it. I have mentioned it the first time. We intend to look at the mother and child hospital model that one of the government put on ground, which has now turned to something else. We intend to domicile that in each of the federal constituency. A woman that is in labor should not spend more than 10, 15 minutes to reach the nearest mother and child hospital. And that is the reason for that. And we believe going forward in the state, it's actually supposed to be an arm of every of the primary healthcare units in the state. We intend to ensure, because in our area, you guys are out there, we still have a lot of these untrained, and we won't use some of these languages for them, people that are taking deliveries out there. We intend to mainstream them and to have them supervised directly under this, our reproductive, is actually under our reproductive health program that we will be doing that. We've also said that under that accident response, this thing will be activated. Nobody in Ondo State, God forbid, we are not praying for it, but like we told you, we will have a systematized process of governance. You will be able to predict within the walls of Ondo State what can happen when what happens. So if there is an accident, there is a minimum number of minutes that you expect the first aid ambulance to reach that place. These are our programs in terms of health. Now, you have mentioned employment, and this will be doing a lot with our agriculture. I've mentioned it earlier. Most of those things are actually targeted at providing employment. Our government will not just be employing people into the civil service. Of course, we will do that one. The teaching commission is badly depleted. We have on record now in Ondo State, and you guys can find out, we now have security of primary schools teaching pupils, security men taking classes. We will employ more teachers. By this, we believe it will take off people from the job market, and our people will have it. Other social vices, let me be clear on this, on security. I have said it that our
we always lose you. But I'm sure you will come back again.
At the peak of his statement.
Yeah, but he will have another. I hope he will have another chance. Okay, so I will go to Prince Diaspora Adelegon. While I want you, Mr. Dotun or John, to prepare to answer that question. Okay, so we will now take Prince Diaspora Adelegon.
Okay, thank you very much, Demisola. I think it is important to put everything in context. We can speak about, like Tony said, about the issue of roads. We can speak about health services. We can speak about social amenities. But all of this cannot happen without an economy. Look, in the past, our government has relied on money coming from Abuja, and they have failed because the money is not enough. Not enough to pay salaries, not enough to provide good goods, water, pure water in the COVID-19 era, where we're meant to wash our hands with water every 20 minutes. Akure does not, the state capital does not have pipe water. So the reality is that all of this is a lot of investment. It is only the development of a viable economy that can give government the necessary income and tax that now deploy for provision of social welfare. I told you in England, there's a bus in every bus stop every 5 minutes every day, except on Christmas Day. It costs money, but it's the process. On those states in Accra, we have bus shelters, we have no buses. How do they provide it? Even the electricity in the state capital comes about 500 million naira every month on duty. How do they sustain that? They have industrialization. So as far as we are concerned in my party, our while keeping the current level and quickly, for example, we're going to declare like a test student loan, which is critical for us to reduce the temperature of discontent by the people, particularly parents, because in those states, the most important thing to every parent is the ability of their children to attain higher education. We're going to provide student loans. We're talking to financial institutions on how to work on long-term single-digit international impact funding to solve the issue, particularly for students in science, technology, education, mathematics, medicine, and agriculture. Number two, we will immediately ensure that we activate, we will skew, like you said, buses, that's the transportation in all our major towns. And able to take a bus from Super to Akure without any problem. Our economic roads, the road between Akure and Ondo and Benin, if it's repaired, even though it's government road, 20%, 25% of our economy. The absence of road from our Ikare to Kobe is another 25% of our economy. So these are the things that we need to put into, because if people return this economic route, the amount of traffic, over 1 million passengers, transverse the entire stretch and length of Ondo State, 2.5 to 3 hours on a monthly basis between Abuja and Lagos. Billions of people. I told you about it. If we turn on tomorrow to economic capital, and we encourage manufacturers to put bonded warehouses to create employment, the 2-3 days the group will stay in Ondo State before they come and be carried by our brothers from the southwest, we will derive economic benefits from it. So, as far as I'm concerned, everything we want to do is the anchor on economic sustainability. And health, for example, you have the next thing that goes on, I can tell you that
can you please, Abimbola, can you please meet you?
Will come immediately.
Abimbola, can you please mute yourself? Thank you.
He's been muted.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes,
yes.
please.
Can I continue?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I mean, if you put a Nestle factory in Akure or a Cadbury factory in Akure, 3 of the biggest HMOs in Nigeria will move to this. They will come and build hospitals because they have clients to sustain that investment. And if we have no industry, which of the big hospitals will come and invest? Who is going to prescribe it? Is it the civil servant that has not collected salary in 7 months? So let's become except we transform our economy very quickly. We are able to attract the kind of investment that provides transportation, health services, and quality, even water for our people. So we have all of these social welfare plans, and we pray to God that we're given the opportunity to put them in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, Mr. Dotun or John, the question was about social vices happening in Ondo State and unemployment. How do you intend to tackle it? Please, can we have you now, Mr. Dotun or John?
All right, thank you so much. It's a sad reality that the level of decadence now in our communities have become alarming, and it worries me. And this is a product. I'm going to go back to what the candidate of PRP, Mr. Ali, actually said the other time about having confidence in government. One of the reasons why there's a breakdown of what's it called, capacity in our community, that's the ability for people to do what is right. It's because they've seen their leaders over the time do what is wrong. So the first thing we are bringing on board is what we call inspirational leadership. When you see that your leader means well for your community, and he can also inspire you to do well. This is, for example, in Ondo State now, you have few kilometers of road, and they go on television that they have built road. But one thing they have consistently failed to tell the people is how much it costs them to build the road. If you are doing a 4-legged flyover over the expressway in Ore, and you are taking close to 6 billion, that destroys the psyche of the people that are listening to you. Now, they think that to steal money has become a culture of the people. So what the first thing we want to do is actually to bring believability, is to bring inspiration to leadership. And that's going to help us a great deal in tackling crime. I will not go into the side of technology and all that. But on the issue, one other thing that is actually causing trouble in our communities is the issue of unemployment. And government after government have tried in vain, because virtually all the employments that you get to hear about in Ondo State are political employment, where they give employment to a few set of people who are perhaps close to people in power. How are we going to get a community rid of crime if we give jobs to cronies? In fact, one of the places that I've worked before, OSRC, the last time OSRC employed, they made the people to pay a certain amount of money. And this got to the attention of the House of Assembly. And the House of Assembly said, no, they should not pay. But they still, the mandate of OSRC still went ahead to collect money from the people. It is that bad. When the management understood that they were not going to employ everybody. So what are we going to do different? The first thing we would do is what we call ERD, Employment Replacement Drive. If you see in Ondo State today, they talk about lack of teachers and all this. It is not totally because there are no people who can do some of these things, but you have people with NC and BED in the local government hiding somewhere under the administrative cadre, because they do understand that they do not get to go to the office every day in the local government. There's the need for us to actually realign our workforce so that we know actually where we need people to be employed. After doing that, you also discover that Ondo State Civil Service is heavy at the top and very slim beneath. That means that over a period of time, we have not employed more. And we have level 13, level 14, level 15 officers all across board. And these people, majority of them, because of our culture here, culture of not paying gratuity, continue to change the date of their birth so that they can continue to fit into the civil service. What are we going to do? We want to introduce this ERD, Employment Replacement Drive, and tell people who want to voluntarily, who have spent a time in the civil service, who want to voluntarily leave the civil service to come out. And the advantage of that, a lot of people will come out to do this, is that we will earmark an amount of money that will cater for their instant gratuity. And not only that, they will also have an opportunity to nominate one person. They will have an opportunity to nominate one person to replace them, because we have got to realize that the money of a level 14 officer can actually pay about 2 level 8 officers. So when they nominate somebody to replace them, the state government can also double this number by employing one other person. That shows that one person is leaving the civil service and 2 more people are coming. Now we're also going to create opportunity in the agri sector. Like I said, I'm not going back to that. One other thing that we want to do is what we call the Youth Development Bank. The Youth Development Bank is going to run like a normal microfinance bank, or what we call microcredit agency. What they are going to be trading there is just idea. That means as you are making your state to have a viable idea, you can actually do a proposal to this Youth Development Bank. You submit to them, and this is going to be directly under me, because as you know, according to INEC, I am the youngest candidate at 38. No, that's very funny, because a lot of people still call me a young man. Now, because I understand the force of the Nigerian youth, the Youth Development Bank will help fund their idea. You don't need any money, and we are not going to surrender the money into your hand. If you need $1 million, for example, we are going to ask you, what are you going to use the money for? If these funds are presentable, we help you get some of this material, and we monitor your business from birth to growth, so that at least you will be able to take 1 or 2 other people away from the street. We have a lot of things that we do as intervention, and time will not permit us to actually enumerate all of them. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, our young candidates. But I'm going to tell you now, you are not really young in the sense, it is the community where we come from that made it look like you're young at age 38.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to be the president of a nation. I can assure you, the Prime Minister is called Taoiseach of the country where I live, the Republic of Ireland. The past Taoiseach became the Taoiseach at the age of 39. At the age of 39. We all know Macron, Emmanuel Macron in France. We know what his age is. So if those people can be ruling, my dear brother, you are not young to be the president of Nigeria. Not to talk of the governor of Ondo State. And you are doing well. That I can assure you. So we will get there. Anyhow, we'll get there. Okay, so I think we've answered that question has been tackled. Now we're waiting for Rita Akeredolu to come with our question.
Yeah.
Okay, good evening.
Hands. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
At what point
do you want to?
Yes.
Do you want to take them first, or do I go ahead?
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Capital.
Okay, Mr. Carpenter will be coming right after Rita Akeredolu. Mr. Carpenter will be coming right after Rita Akeredolu. He knows that.
Okay, good evening, everyone. And don't be shocked. I'm Bola Akeredolu from Akure, not from Owo. So I just want to clear that. So you don't think I'm coming from the same Akeredolu, So I'm from Akure, he's from Owo. My question is, it does actually, because if I'm from the same Akeredolu, is tonight is just ridiculous for him not present in this meeting. So he's a big shock. So I wouldn't be part of that anyway. So my question is, considering the fact that women still do not have good enough opportunity in government, what is the plan for the next, the governor candidate? What are their plans for the women in the community? Because we have 17 already, and only ADC deputy is a woman. So that's the question I really want you to talk about. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start from ADC. He is the only man who has a female deputy. However, we feel that we should have female candidates in Ondo State. What is stopping them, and what is the role, what's going to be the role of women in your government in October 10th election?
Thank you very much, Billy. We are the only party with a woman as a deputy governor candidate. We also have a woman as chairman of our party, and that underscores the importance of women in our plan for the economic transformation of the district. As a matter of fact, if there's any demography or group that is most affected by the level, current level of governance in our state, it is the women. As you know, issues of children, of child education are important to fathers, but they are existential to women. They will go to any length to ensure that children get the best of education. In a society where the infrastructure of education is very good, where 10 officer in a civil service takes 60,000 monthly salary, and we have 4 children that are ready for university, and the university is between 200,000 and 150,000. Where does this start from? It is the women that carry the brunt of the challenges. The lack of joblessness for these children when they leave university. It's also the women that carry the brunt of it. They help them to get married, they rent flats for them, they even begin to pay school fees of their grandchildren, where they're meant to be resting and enjoying the fruits of their labor. So we have designed multiple levels of programs for different women, for our career women, for our market women, particularly with the market women, to ensure that they have microcredit to be able to turn around and lead to a low interest to continue to sell. However, like I said the other time, if there is no viable economy and no employment, how do they get customers to buy their goods in the market? So it's a vicious circle. It comes down to the issue that unless we transform our economy and begin to generate additional income beyond the one from the federal government and increase our state IGR, virtually every sector of our economy will be affected negatively. In terms of when are we going to have a woman gubernatorial candidate, I'm sure very soon. By the time you have a deputy governor, you have a chairman of the party who are women, it means that most likely the next dispensation. And as a matter of fact, we've had a female gubernatorial candidate in 2015. So it is, the role of women and the importance of women is critical to our economic transformation program and our social welfare program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we move straight to Mr. Tunde Ali.
Thank you, Gbemi. We are a government that is very concerned about women, and we will do that. Number one, I have said that, and it's in our constitution, it's in our manifesto, that the employment of women and youth into our government, particularly even the executive, will be minimum 50%. Youth, and I promise you 10% will go to people living with disability. They didn't create themselves, and some of them will still be women. I have mentioned that we are creating CDAs. These CDAs will have their executive that will be, because we have this challenge of people serving with government and feel it is an avenue to be making cheap money. These people will have their chairman, they will have their woman leader, they will have their representative of youth and students, and they will also have their representative of the physically challenged people. That is indirect employment. Let's look at those who we will not be able to employ directly. One of the things our women do in Ondo State is agriculture. And because we said we are going to mainstream our people into groups according to what they do, automatically a lot of women are going to fall into this net whereby they are already created in a kind of groups where and that they can access microfinance, not just from government. Everybody is saying they will give out loan, they will give out loan, they will give out loan. Let me say this, baby, and all brothers out there to be elected in this government. I am the oldest resident of the state. Even the governor, the current governor, does not stay in the state like me.
My two brothers that are here, they met me there. They came sometimes ago, but I can tell them on my fingertips what is in Ondo, crisscross from one side to the other. And for women, it is not anything. The local government of Akure, Ondo State has a woman as the chairperson in PROP. We have the state organizing secretary of the party as a woman. Apart from woman leader, we still have legal advisor who is a woman. The ESCO of PROP, that is 16 state executive members, have 7 women in it. No, 6 women in it. We have all these programs outlined and they are targeted at that. Now let's look at the girl child. I made a statement at a particular debate, and that is with the CAN and PFN, and it alarmed some people. We will protect our girl child with every element or strength that a government can display. If you physically, sexually abuse a girl child in Ondo State,
okay, so we've lost him right there.
our government will be extremely our plans. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go straight on to, I can't see Mr. Ojon. Are you there?
He's gone
Mr.
offline. He's gone offline.
Okay, so we'll play him that question. We'll go straight to the next question from the carpenter. Ambassador Favor. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Yes, I did that. You are the one that, okay. Thank you. Thank you, my wonderful baby. And then, Doctor, thank you, Dr. Olalekon, and our wonderful barrister as well. Thank you. The candidates, sincerely, I salute you. You have done extremely well tonight. You are so brilliant. We've been talking theoretically since morning. I want to bring you back now to the board. We want to win. 3 of you, we want to win now. We have 203 words in Ondo State. How are you going to make your representative to go into all these things since we are having analog election or electoral election process in Nigeria? It's still not digital yet. Now, how are you going to do that? Then the power of INEC SARS is intimidating. How are you going to, beat them? Mr. Akeredolu is distributing slippers. That is too lugubrious. That is uncalled for. And the other one, they are not respecting the audacity of people. I don't see them mounting on the affair of the government of Ondo State and give us what we want. So money, let me just tell everybody for free here, they have already made their money, billions of naira they are going to spend, and part of it is going to be like bribing the INEC. How are you going to do that? We want to win this election, 3 of you. Now, the psychosocial defect of our youth is alarming. We know Ondo State, they are brilliant, and they are diverting their brain, their conceptualized ideology into things that are making them to be yahoo yahoo. And they are the pillar of this state. How are you going to affect them positively and change their orientation, change these wonderful potentials into reality of what will boost the economy of Ondo State? So these 3 areas, I don't know how you're going to answer it quickly. And then the other time of one of my brothers in chat, they are saying about you collaborating. I know it's difficult at this moment. It's quite difficult because I was once in your shoe, but I did that. It's in the record. Go to pact presidential aspirant coming together. It's difficult to do, but please, I beg you, if you discover at the tail that, okay, this what you are doing is a kind of, is becoming too heavy to go. 3 of you to just come together and tell us in the state that you want to work together. Tell your political, parties. Work together and let's put this elephantine, sagacious that is not giving us what we need in the state? Please. That's my summit, my question.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador Favor, the carpenter. That's what I call him. You are more like, what you have said is more actually like an advice, which we want to know whether they intend to take it in one word or two, please, because our time is far spent. Can I have...
INEC is there, and then the youth aspect is there. They know the question already, so.
Yes,
yeah.
Please, INEC, youth, and collaboration. And okay, so who do we have there? Do we have Mr. Tunde Ali? Mr. Tunde Ali, are you there?
I'm still here, Gwemi. I will never miss this kind of opportunity to talk to you guys out there. He said we have 203 wards in Ondo State, and it's actually 309 polling units. And that alone is a massive, is a tall order for any candidate to put people to be able to canvass, to be able to talk to prospective voters. Meanwhile, as a political party, you are expected to have your structures down to these places. You are supposed to have your state executive, local government, ward, and then the units, which in PRP is called branches. So these people have been doing their work. And one of the things we did earlier is to bring on board what we call volunteers first. Sunshiners, promising them that
Oh, now things I have lost.
Election by the group is hello.
Yes,
hello, Bemi. Is to bring them on board as essays to the governor on polling unit affairs, and that is one thing that has helped. We've been surprised and encouraged by the number of youths that has come forth to assist the PRP as polling unit agents pro bono for free. Why the so-called big political parties are promising big and fat incentives to their members that will serve as polling agents, we have people actually coming forward to assist the PRP and to say, we believe in your dream, we believe in your vision, we believe in your political party, and we want to serve at that level. Let me come to INEC. Brothers and sisters out there,
We seem to have lost him there.
We've lost him there again.
Let's be clear with them and encourage them. Let them do the right thing. We've been saying it. INEC has promised heaven and earth. A man that is not, that does not know purpose, a man that has no sense of purpose in life, actually to me is not Luther said, if you don't have what to die for, you don't purpose. And when they have that, number one is to be able to know that we have a chief executive that is predictable, we have a chief executive that is reliable, you have a chief executive that will not take nonsense. That narrative will begin to change. Number two, we intend to encourage actively unionism in our schools and extracurricular organizations, Scout, brigades, man of war, every organizations that make people to learn more than sitting inside class. We intend to encourage it. It may interest you to know that today in Ondo State, we have secondary school pupils in courts. It's disheartening. I'm a father, and I'm not going to wait to encourage that any longer. We will have zero tolerance to courtism in Ondo State, but punishment is not the first. It is encouragement to move away from that line. That will, if I miss any one of it out, you can assist to remind me.
No, he was talking about, again, he was talking about the youth part, the INEC part, but he was talking about collaborations between the three parties that we have right here now, yourself and ADC, talking about collaboration, that if we as youth, if we as people who have something upstairs come together, we should be able to get the other people who have been siphoning on our funds out with the numbers. So if we come together,
all the like-minded candidates in Ondo are friends, and I want to let you know that we are all talking. And in due course, should there be a need for that, you will all hear from us. But if I may place it on record, my two brothers that are on the platform today, they are fantastic. Prince Adelegon, I want you, my dear. Why tell me you, Doctor? But sincerely speaking today, I think I'm your best. If you permit me, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tunze Ali. Okay, so we'll now go to the next person in person of Mr. Kayode Olu. Now, I seem to always forget this name now. Kayode Esquire is Barrister Kayode
Olugbemi.
Olugbemi, and he bears my name, so why would I forget his name? Kayode Olugbemi Esquire, please, can you come forward with your question?
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the candidates. I think I'll just pass on my question. It's been a fantastic session, and I don't think I have any questions that has not already been answered. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Kayode. Thank you for that, for passing on. And now I'll go to Mr. Jimmy Bisitaiwo for his question.
Thanks so much, sir. Prince Adelegon, my brother Tunde Ali, and my brother Dr. John. Sir, I first said I did not have a question, but listening to the three of you and the question.
Your sins are forgiven. Go ahead with your question.
So, listening to the three of you and the questions and issues that have been raised here, you've told us about your manifestos and all these fantastic programs and approach that you're looking at moving the state forward. And I just have this question based on things that were said here. On a personal level, sir, can each of you please just quickly tell us give us an example where you have been a catalyst of bringing people or groups who have been of polarized opinion, different opinions, together at a table to form one or to become one? Because everyone is saying you are okay, you are good, it's good for you to collaborate together. But it's as if we are trying to evade that question of collaboration. So in that sense, give us an example where you have brought people of different opinions together and you've made it work, please.
Okay, so if you permit me to say, we need thought first. We have to borrow from Ambassador Ayodele Ogundare Carpenter. We need the thought force in Ondo State. Please, our collaboration, that's the question again. I'll go to, who is coming first? Will I go to Prince Dapo Adelegon right now? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Demisela. Yes, the question about collaboration, I think it's important. Like Tunde said, some of us have discussion about working together. But you know, we are only candidates of political parties. By ourselves, we cannot engineer a collaboration. It has to be done at the party level. So what we have encouraged ourselves to do, and I think that the last meeting was held in my house. Today is our secretary. He was meant to come back in a couple of days to see how best we can achieve collaboration, either to coalesce around a single candidate, one of us, because all of us are elected qualified, or stay where we are as candidates, but decide that we're all going to get our supporters to vote for one of us, and then, you know, agree to have the government that represents virtually all the policies and interests of the collaboration. So I can assure you that collaboration is going on, that discussion is going on. Because we are persistent, that is why we need to take it out of the act. It has been done quietly, but I can assure you that we are aware that individually we may not be able to fit the structures that have held our people in substitution for so long, but that if we can collaborate together, either around a single entity candidate or as the 3 parties or 4 parties or 6 parties come together, we may have a better momentum. So I can assure you, when I think the diaspora and the diaspora in Europe too, and that should be a discussion outside of this discussion, is also maybe to have a separate meeting with us, the candidates, and to discuss what kind of support you can also give to. You see, because you must put your money where your mouth is. You see, you can't do it alone. The resources, they mentioned, we have 3,009 polling booths, and each of us is meant to have an agent. An agent will at least take 10,000 naira. That is 30 million. It's 30 or 300 million. So elections are multi-billion naira projects. So if you truly are desirous of assisting the emergence of a third force in Ondo State, you also must be ready to put resources behind it. Not just do it in the election. We need to put our money where our mouth is. But if it fails, even if it fails now, what I assure them at the last meeting is that after this election, we will regroup again and begin to plan for the next 4 years. Because the reality is that some of us have been in business for 33 years. I've never applied for a job. I think of 25 talking about what have we put together. We need to, I don't like to talk about myself, but at the age of 25, I led a revolution in the steel industry in Nigeria, creating electrical plant. In 1988, I led to the opening of the Electric Peninsula. By the 5 years after, I introduced the electric billboards into Nigeria. By 1999, I was the director of the Vatican Center in London, and then South Korea and South Africa, and then becoming the president of the Nigerian Institute of Commerce, the biggest chamber in the country. So we have all done a lot of work, and we just want to bring that capacity, contact, network to the benefit of Ondo State, but we can't do it alone. So I think that the issue of collaboration is potent, and now you know that we are talking. And I'm saying that at a separate conversation at ASAP at your convenience with all the 3 of us, we can talk about how you can support us. And that is the only way we can work together, transform, and take power. And thank you very much. Look, I know the time is spent. We've been here for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
I wanted to exit, but I'm waiting for the opportunity to take my last statement before I exit. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so very much for your time and the presentation. You've done very well, sir. Right now, we will open the floor for for participants to please ask their questions. If we have any participants who is interested in asking a question, you may signify by raising your hand at any point in time, so that I will call you to ask your question. In the absence of that, while we await your hand up, I will try and read this question that we have. Personal questions again. Also, this one is for His Excellency Oluwarotimi Akeredolu. It says, you are one governor who to some extent have followed the rule of government being continuum, as you follow through with most of your predecessors' projects. Sir, what change in terms of innovation have you brought to Ondo State? That question is for His Excellency Akeredolu. We're very sure he has his eyes and nose and everything here, so that message can be passed across to him. And again, the last question for him, I think, it says, okay, this one is for Mr. For Akeredolu. It's asking about Ondo State. What is Ondo State's current stake in Owena Energy, and how much does the state generate annually? That is another question for His Excellency Akeredolu. And the final personal question that we have. This is really personal, but I will try my best to make sure that I coin it very well so that it won't be offensive. It is for the ZLP candidate, Mr. Agbola Ajayi. It says, it is alleged that you are not confident enough as a governorship candidate. As a result, you have resulted to running away from debate. Do you disagree or agree with this? That question goes to Mr. Agbola Ajayi. Unfortunately, he's not here, but I'm sure too he has an eye here, and the question will get to him. And of course, this is going live on Facebook, and I'm sure someone who knows someone will get it across to him. It seems we do not have. Okay, we have. Is Mrs. Wumi Azan still there?
No, she's gone offline.
Okay, she's gone. Okay, then we have Temi Owoyele. Temi Owoyele, you are free to make your contributions, please. Temi Owoyele, please, can you unmute yourself and make your contribution?
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, go ahead.
Yes, a quick contribution. Something I've seen within our people is that I think, like I wrote there, we are on high horses. And every of the candidate is spoken very well tonight. And one thing I would like to say is this. Ondo State has been suffering from the hands of the past government, not even from Akeredolu. After Agago, it's been a problem. I have a business in October. After setting it up, there's no electricity, nothing. I even bought generator, 40 kVA, start this business. Things are not, actually, I stopped that business before COVID. The reason I mentioned that is because of electricity problem. I'm an Elijah person, but I was born and raised in October before I traveled. I schooled in Calabar. I graduated from the University of Calabar. And one thing I want to say in terms of my contribution is it possible, because we need to flood these people out of that system. I'm going to be part of the system very soon. I'll be coming home. I'll also be participating in the political system within the state. But our political system should not be of a selfish one like what is happening within the state. Akeredolu, everyone and their family, even Agbo did not do well. I'm sorry to say this is from, I know him personally. Throughout his tenure, he was deputy governor. He's been in the government for a long time. Even all the ones coming from Elijah, that's why you see it's very difficult for any of them to even come on board tonight, because they are disappointment to entire Ondo State people, especially the people from the south, from our southern region. Now, is it possible? Because I said it there earlier when I was writing. It's very, very important for these three guys. I love the young guys. I saw the vibrancy. I saw the zeal to lead the people of Ondo State, especially in terms of the modalities are about the things they need, they have to give back to Ondo State people. Governance is not about you ruling people, squandering the state resources, but about giving service delivery to people. Where I live, I believe this is diaspora. Almost everyone that are outside, we know how we enjoy. We can call South Africa, Africa state. It's not Africa if you have visited here before. Let's forget about the issue of the blacks fighting people of other national because of any issue. But here, you can't compare to the things we see here in terms of governance is extremely different from what you're having back home. I would like to advise the people here, those three guys, if they can come together, put resources together, we're already behind them. Even I'm going to support them. Actually, I'm a member of PDP. I just registered with PDP. But with what I'm seeing, none of those people are ready to lead us because they failed us and we don't need it. If these guys can come together, as my own advice, let them work together. On a serious note, we can move on the state forward. They are young, they are vibrant, they have ideas. I saw them speaking eloquently about all the things happening within the state, which actually brings up my interest. And I really want to thank everyone also that has contributed, the organizers and all that, because this is so fantastic. Unfortunately, the 2 or 3 political parties that people are actually putting eyes towards are not here. So there's no to, we would have asked a lot of questions, but there's no need. We just have to forget them. Let's support these guys on board if they can go and do something and make a change within our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Temi Owoyele, for your wonderful contribution. I think we don't have any hands up now. And I think at this end, because our time is fast spent, we should go ahead and round up these debates right now. And before we round up, I want to say thank you for everybody that attended. The regents from Oka, Koko Regent, Adekemi, thank you so much, Regent, for coming on board. I want to thank everybody. I can't thank you all enough. We had a lot of participants here that we don't even know them. I want to thank the candidates that made themselves available. I want to also thank those who did not make themselves available, who have shown themselves who have shown themselves to be disrespectful to the masses of Ondo State. That someday, one day, it may not be now, but someday, they will definitely sow whatever they will definitely reap whatever they have sown. Thank you so much to every one of you, and to the wonderful team of the debate committee led by Mr. Dr. Bashir Olaleko Obashekola. I want to thank you all very well for a great job that you have done. Thank you so very much. We are so delighted to have you. Please, we will close the debate right now. We'll leave the Zoom open. If anybody wants to say anything, you can stay. But thank you for the program. Thank you for coming on board. Thank you, and God bless you all. I remain your baby, Mr. BC Taiwo. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see Mr. Tunde Ali raising up his hand. Maybe he wants to say some closing remarks.
Please talk to us, Mr. Tunde Ali.
Yes, Bimi, I was actually expecting that you will give us that opportunity to at least thank you guys for taking time out to listen to us. I must put on record that I'm not too impressed at the number of people that are on board this debate. So many of our people out there are nastily discouraged about the level of things going home, and they practically do not feel they should even be part of any of this thing again. Some of them feel it doesn't even count. But I want to sincerely appreciate all of you who have made it. I believe your families are here, your people are here. Like my mom told you, Prince Adelegon, of a truth, we had a meeting in his house, and one of the reasons that meeting took place in his house is because he's the eldest among those of the people who needed to meet. I also do not have challenge going to his house. He's not one of those, in quote, that you can look at and avoid going around their street. So we were there, we have discussed around anything that has to do with political collaboration. A lot goes into it. It involves political party. It's also involved what is the level of structure that the party to be used has. You also need to be looking at personally what we do and what a lot of our people today in Ondo State believes in, that political electioneering campaign rather has gone beyond manifesto. It has to do a lot with the ideology of the political party that the people believed in. I am a national secretary of a political party. I have never carried the card of another. I am about the oldest resident of Ondo State, and all of us who are in talk, and we continue to talk, and we promise you people you hear from us soon. Also, like a Prince said, I think we should think beyond just making things available at home for our people. We should find a way to contribute directly into electing who next governs Ondo State. And like I promise you, we want it to be a state where you guys will be free to run down to.
You'll be excited to want to come and work with. You'll be excited to come home for holiday, not where you are afraid of what next will happen to you. I want to personally thank you on behalf of the People's Redemption Party, both national and across the nooks and crannies of Ondo State. Thank you, Gbemi. Thank you, Jimmy BC Taiwo. Thank you, Katrina. I could see your name there. And let me also appreciate the civility of Prince and Dr. Thank you all. Thank you, Lekon. Thank you, all of you that cannot mention your name.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
The next one.
Yeah. Can you see me? Hi. Hi.
Yes.
Can you see my hand?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I saw it.
Hello?
Hello, go on, speak.
My name is Prince Adewumi Adeyileka. I'm from Ondo town.
Okay.
And I am highly impressed. I live in the US. I live in Maryland. I am highly impressed with what you guys are doing. But my contribution is this. I think Ondo State indigene in the diaspora, we should come up as a block to make sure that that state is properly run. Because that's a state that has a lot of resources that should not be wasted by certain class of people. Please, in an economy where the people in diaspora contribute 25 billion naira in a year, we should have a voice. Everybody wants to come back home. I come back home to contribute their little quota so that that state can do well among all the states in Nigeria. So my sister Gbemi, you are doing a beautiful work.
Thank you so much,
and
sir.
I thank you for bringing the people in diaspora to come and do something. We should stop complaining. We can criticize, don't let us condemn. A lot of people say, oh, Nigeria cannot make it. No. Any great nation you see in all this Western world that we all run to, somebody stood up and got a lot of people. We don't have to be individualistic. We have to come as a block. So we should continue this. One day they will listen. We must not relent on our effort.
Thank you, sir.
So my sister, thank you, and all the participants. I've been on this program since you guys started, and I'm highly impressed with the contribution. Especially with the candidates. They spoke very well. I wish this could manifest into real action. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you for staying with us till the end, sir. Thank you so, so much. We appreciate you. Thank you, and bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Okay, family meeting.
Hello, I think Dr. was saying something so that you go round.
I really want to thank the organizers of this program and quickly remind everyone that you cannot continue to cure a 21st century disease with a 19th century medication. The best would be perhaps a 20th century healing. As a person, I think I stand in a very better or vital position to understand the current trend in our community. Because I am just in between a transition. By the time I'll be 40, I know I will have crossed to that side, but now I still believe that I am close to this side. So I understand the feeling of an average person on the street. I have a daughter who goes to school, so I understand that what it means to have quality education at that level. So I incidentally, my daughter was delivered of her mother in a public hospital in Accra, Ondo State capital. So that means that I also have an understanding of how the public welfare should be. So I want to plead with everyone to give us a chance to support us to create this change that we have always prayed for. because I believe that I may just be the answer to the prayers that a lot of people have offered. Thank you for having me, and I really appreciate this. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think, you know, we are already running off, but I think the chairman has said that.
We close, actually. All that is left
Yeah,
is just...
so, yeah, just to once again re-emphasize our, you know, appreciation for you coming around to talk to us. It's very important for us, especially we stakeholders who are outside the territory, and we're looking from outside. We want to contribute. I think, you know, like I said, just like election time is the best time to get politicians to talk, but I don't think we will stop at this. We will continue to engage all of you, you know, as time goes on, and our chairman has said that, and I think, you know, we will continue to leverage on this network that we have established now, even after the election, so that we continue to talk on how to make Ondo State the best place to be, because like you said, it's the most richest southwest, you know, state, you know, in terms of resources and women and mineral. So I think we should leverage on that to establish ourselves and make our state, you know, the state that we will be proud of. So once again, I want to thank everyone, and I thank our team members who work on this, and you know, the coordinator and all the people who worked seriously to make sure that we have this event today. So once again, thank you very much, and I'll give Jimmy to also give thanks, and before we give the chairman the closing. Thank you.
Doctor, Doctor, you've done well, sir. Thank you very much, my brother Tunde Ali. Thanks very much, everyone who is still here with us. We appreciate you all, and especially those who are joining from Nigeria. We know those in Europe, the internet connection, we know you've got no issues, but from Nigeria, paying that amount of money and staying just throughout the time we've used, we just want to really, really appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you. Baby, please go ahead and close this.
I've actually closed it already, but again, I want to say thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I've been seeing your beautiful smile all along, that lovely face, but you haven't said anything, but you actually tried to type something at some point. Thank you so, so much. And I love your beautiful face. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jimmy Bisi Taiwo. Thank you, Dr. Bashir Olaleko. Thank you, Mr. I'm trying to read through everybody's name. Rita Akere Dolu, thank you. Adebayo Olofun, thank you. Galaxy S10, thank you. Biodun Adewole, Bumi Olulalu, Olukayode Olugbemi, Temi Owoyele, Bashir Obashekola, Adegoke Oshuniyi, Linvik, that's not an Ondo State name, but we still thank you. Olusegun, Okundola Bangoye, Samuel Adebanjo, Abayomi Steven, Benga, Ajike Omoba. Thank you so much. If I haven't mentioned your name, I still say thank you. We appreciate you all, and God bless you. We hope to call you some other time very soon. We will continue to engage you in discussions, not only during the election period. We can promise you that. And remember, I'll leave you with this, please. Remember to tell that woman in your village, on the roadside, those ones who can't come online, to come and hear us out, to come and know what ought to be or what not ought to be. Those people that will be bribed with a pot of soup, those people that will be bribed with slippers, with Indomie, please try and manage to tell them wherever you see them that life continues after campaign, life continues after election, life continues after the court. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Good night.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
National anthem. That's our